625-217, that the city of Smithfield will conduct a special called council meeting and budget workshop on August 23rd, 2023 at 5:30 PM in the council chambers of City Hall, 317 Main Street, Smithfield, Texas. Called a meeting to order. First thing on the agenda is presentation from city manager on budget. Take it away, Robert.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Appreciate you being here. Citizens, definitely appreciate you all being here today. Before I get started, I have to do this. Thank you to the staff for the countless hours that have been spent to pull this budget together. Pretty Herculean effort, arduous task. It's been a long journey, and you will see the fruits of our labor tonight. And of course, welcome to ask any questions that you would like. I wanted to say that for years, the last couple of years, the overriding goal that feedback from the council has been to let's provide an equitable wage for our police department and for our employees. So the majority of this year's budget, in addition to funding all the plans, programs, and projects, is going to be to adjust the payroll to provide an equitable wage, thereby making this the employer a choice for our community. We'll talk about that in a minute, but specifically today, I would like to cover the following. Talk a little bit about accomplishments. Oh, by the way, this packet has been posted. A draft was posted on Friday. Again, a lot of information. The final packet went out this morning online. The charts are also on the wall for those who don't happen to have a computer, but it is available to the citizens. Okay. We'll talk about accomplishments, a few of the major ones that had significant impact last year. We'll review our current financial situation. I always like to review what the budget drivers are, what plans and projects that we started carry over into the current budget year, and what plans and projects do we want to do in the future. And those all have to be funded and require a continued level of effort or support. Specifically today, we're going to get into the budget elements, our history, the proposed tax rate. We'll talk about the tax note. We'll have my staff come up and give their project overviews. They're going to let you know what their top 3 to 5 major projects are. And then we'll do a review of what's called the yellow sheets. We have 22 departments, and each of those departments have a corresponding yellow sheet, revenue and expenditures, that we're going to discuss tonight. I'll give a summary of budget highlights and requests, and then we'll talk about next steps. Sound good? Yes? All right. So talk about some accomplishments. A couple of things here. I'm proud to report that our 84R instrument approach procedure, we have a great asset in Smithfield Crawford Municipal Airport. This instrument approach procedure allows pilots to navigate in bad weather. It's a big thing in the aviation world. So that took 3 years to do. Thank you, Sandy Myerson, wherever you are. We did receive a clean financial audit last year. We were able to complete sidewalks on Loop 230. The police department, David and his group, remodeled the PD. A phenomenal job. Did it in-house, saved a bunch of money. And there'll be a tour at some point in time. Maybe during the break, you get to go take a look if it's ready. Not ready. David's not. He didn't do the dishes, so we have to wait for a while. We did receive environmental clearance for a major project to do a regional detention pond, and as well as to complete the drainage improvements on Northwest and Northeast 2nd Street to alleviate flooding down in the downtown area. That's big. We were awarded $300,000 for a comprehensive plan. I spoke with Langford, and we're again still 45 days out before GLO releases the contract. That being said, we're going to target the fall or December to start these talks, but that's also during holidays. It may be tough to pull the community together at that time, but we're working on it, so to speak. Good news about a $3.5 million GLO CDBG MIT mod. Well, that's the General Land Office Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Method of Distribution Funding. Acronyms or something with the government agencies, but The bottom line here, that's $3.5 million to help address drainage issues near and around Smithville ISD with no match. That's goodness, okay? We did build 4 new home grant homes, and those residents just went into those homes last week. Those homes are valued at $150,000 a piece, added to the tax roll, but more importantly, you provided a place of living that's pretty nice. Deceptively roomy. Some of those homes are very narrow, but the residents were extremely happy. We also completed, or about to complete, sorry, that should have been done, the expansion of the city hall, which included designing ADA compliant restrooms and 2 new offices. Well, if you're a male, the urinal is not on the wall, so use another thing. Anyway, you use the women's, okay? Again, I want to thank the council members, city personnel, and all the staff for the accomplishments of the past year. Yes, sir.
Christian Robert, on the Second Street GLO drainage project, do you have a in focus to start date on that yet?
We're in final stages of engineering. We have to go out to bid to identify a construction contractor after we get to that 95% completion. Once that happens, there'll be a 45-day contract writing, and then we'll have our first construction meeting to start. So probably winter to January, February timeframe. Okay. Thank you. Let's talk about the current situation. There's a lot of things that carried over from the prior year that impact what we're going to do in this year's budget. I'm proud to say that our revenues are exceeding expenditures by $318,000 on a $14.2 million budget. You have to caveat that in that we still have 2 months to go, but our checkbook is full. I've told the staff to cut back on spending so that maybe some extra residual can go back to help us with our future contingency funds. The bad news is our health insurance and property insurance increased significantly, $86,000 and $27,000 respectively. Our hotel occupancy tax went up by 12.5% over the prior year. It was $40,000, now it's $45,000. Our projections, and being very conservative for the coming year, is about $65,000. Sales tax revenue decreased by 3.72% or $23,000. If I do a projection and take into account that Family Dollar just opened and there's 10 cars there all the time, I think we can recover this, okay? But realize that the sales tax receipts reflect 2 months prior, okay? So we won't see those benefits until the October timeframe of Family Dollar opening, all right? Property values increased by $49 million or 12%. And if you got your taxes from BCAD, you know this. The M&O portion of that increase brought in $167,000 extra dollars. The INS portion with the tax note added an additional $119,000, in aggregate $268,000 more dollars that we can use for the projects and plans that we're proposing. Our bonded debt position increased by 3% due to a tax note from last year. That's $195,000 from $7 million. If we add the tax note this year, it's going to go up to $10 million, and there'll be a chart on that momentarily. Streets and alleys expenses, we reduced 20%. You said, wow, we need streets and roads paved. Yes, we do, but we pushed it over to the tax note, okay? There's still a significant amount in streets and alleys, $150K total, that we can fall back upon should we run out of money in the tax note, which I don't see that happening. We are going to do a street and road assessment this year. We did it 5 years back. This is a company that comes in and rides the streets and tells you that they do a rating. Just go green to red, okay? The last time we did that, we focused on all the red streets, and we're going to get an update to figure out where our focus should be going forward, okay? Waste management, solid waste services increased 5%. This is per contract on a 5-year contract that expires in 2026. Those increases the past 2 years were not passed on to the citizens. We ate those, so to speak. This year it's $66,000 more dollars. We have reduced our interfund transfer from 1.2 million to 1.14, or a 9.5% reduction. And we're proposing a tax rate of 0.548952, a slight, very slight increase over the prior year's tax rate. That includes the $3 million tax note. Questions before I go on?
I think you answered the question I was going to ask about streets and alleys by talking about the study that you're going to have done on the status of the streets and stuff. So I was going to ask what standard of repair that we budget to. And then you also answered the other part. So the 20% reduction is net now, but we're moving that to the tax note from next year.
Yes, sir. I do have a slide to talk about the nuances of the tax note, but that is included in that. There's a line item for streets, alleys, gutters, sidewalks. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, what?
Standard that you budget to is what the study is going to show, the study and how much repair is needed and what we're bringing them to.
The standard that, again, in that line item, there's sidewalks, curbs, and gutter and drainage as well. So we're going to see what they come up with. I mean, you can ride the streets and see which ones need to be repaired. And what you miss, the citizens will let you know, okay. So, but to your point, yes, they will come up with a prioritized list of where we should focus your efforts going forward. That includes the ones that we've already fixed from the last survey. So it's a good thing. All right. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So, every year when we go to TML, you got all these waste service people coming up to us talking, hey, who's your waste people? Oh no, we have a 5-year contract. So right now we have 2 more years on that contract. So this year when we go to TML, should we, we'll start courting those folks and trying to figure out if we can get cheaper.
Oh, they're going to court
So-
you. They'll be giving you
Well, they
big T-bone
will,
steaks and shrimp about
but
this size.
We need to start looking at those folks because if they can do it for less money, that's all I'm
Well,
saying.
we're going to talk about that too. I also have a
Okay.
slide that addresses the increase I'm proposing to help fund some of the things we want to do, the salary and the other projects. So good question.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Let's step back just a little bit to talk about what makes up the budget. There are basically 3 components of a 3-legged stool. You have your utility fund, your general fund, and your bonded debt. In the general fund, the revenue comes from sales tax, property tax, permits and fees, franchise fees, service fees, court fines, code enforcement, so forth and such. The utility revenue comes from water, sewer, electric, and other fees. Typically, our budget breakdown is 60-40, with 60% being spent in the utility side of the house and 40% being spent in the general side of the house. Expenses. Again, you think, well, what's in the general fund? What's in the utility fund? The general fund expenses include admin and finance, fire, police, the courts, the library, the airport, streets, drainage, alley, leaf, limb, garbage, parks and rec, cemetery, animal control, and economic development. On the right side of the house, where utility fund expenses, it's administration, electrical, water, wastewater, maintenance, operation, and something weird you wouldn't think it would go there, but recycling. Recycling is actually on the utility fund side of the house. Okay. As we talked about, the total budget from 2023 to 2024, as compared to the prior year, was 14.7. We're asking for 15.2, or a $530,000 delta or difference. Historically, if you take a look at our budget, typically I tell and we target anywhere from 3 to 5% increase year over year. And this is just a historic graphical presentation of those numbers. Okay. Similarly, with bonded debt, every community, every municipality has bonded debt. We're no different. We do carry a double- bond rating, and due to last council meeting's action, we are getting reevaluated by S&P as part of the tax note process. And you can see the corresponding values and amounts. Yes, sir.
I hate to pester you. Can we go back one slide? Or you want these questions later?
Ask them real time. That's fine.
Okay, let's go real time then. On the percent increase for fiscal year 22, 23, and then the proposed for this year, we're actually not keeping up with inflation there, right?
That would be, what is inflation now?
Well,
4,
last year it
5?
was running 10. Now it's slowed into the 5 to 6 range. So I just want to point that out. We haven't kept up with inflation.
That's correct, but
Okay.
I can only squeeze a turnip so much, you know what I'm saying? So we do the best we can what we got. All right. Any questions about the bonded debt? Again, I want to mention that the tax note has allowed us or freed up budgetary line items that would otherwise have to be in those particular funds. And it gives you 7 years to, 3 years to spend it, 7 years to pay it back. So things that we would never be able to afford, like a new fire engine or a tender for the fire department, we can purchase with the tax note. Okay. Let's talk about proposed projects. Now, this particular chart violates all PowerPoint rules, and I did this on purpose. There's a lot of stuff that transferred from prior years. There's a lot of stuff currently we're managing, and there's a lot of stuff that you want me to manage going forward. I am not going over this entire chart. I do want to show a couple of things, bring to your attention as the comprehensive plan is there. That's the $300,000 no match grant that we got from GLO. I want to say that I'm looking into and really want to conduct an ISO survey. It's basically a property protection classification that insurance carriers assign to each zip code. It goes, this ISO rating, it goes from a 1 to a 10. We're at a 5. 1 is good, 10 is bad. We're at a 5. And what they evaluate is what type of fire protection systems do you have, fire hydrants and capacity. How big of a fire department do you have, volunteer or paid firemen? What's the response time for structure fires? Do you have a ladder truck? There's a bunch of criteria that these insurance companies use or feed to actuaries to come up with your property protection classification. If you can get that better, that classification to be a 4 or a 3, everyone's insurance rates are going to go down. Doesn't matter what carrier you have. There's a formula that every insurance company calculates when they're calculating your home insurance. And if am I telling you wrong, your insurance, right? Okay, so that's something that we want to do. It's a laborious effort. They'll come out, the insurance services office will come out and work with the fire department and determine what your new rating is going to be. It takes about 6 months total. We're looking at evaluating a automated cemetery management software. We have 2 cemeteries that we maintain, Oak Hill and Mount Pleasant. This software suite will allow anyone to drill down into a particular plot or space. If you're doing, you have questions? What? Why? Oh, she's talking about don't dig. Okay. For those of you who don't know, we found 140 unmarked spaces at Mount Pleasant Cemetery. And we found it because they tried to put somebody on top of somebody. And so we did some ground penetrating radar, found 140 unmarked spaces. So we have some work to do there. But back to the software suite. If you're doing genealogy and you want to know, well, where is my granddaddy? So you can plug down and it'll pull up everything associated with that plot. It'll also allow us to online sell and manage each cemetery space. It's about $25K. I can put that on the tax note, but we're looking into it. I want to get the right software to provide the right service to the community. Because right now there's stuff on index cards, the back of napkins, who died when. So, but as part of this process, whatever you have, even if it's a napkin, they will digitize it. So it'll follow that individual's internment. Okay, questions? All right, so what are we asking for? As I've already stated, our budget increase is about 3.48% over the prior year. We do have to still transfer 1.14 million from the utility fund to the general. We've done that for 25 years, but we're trying to bring it back down. And we can do this if we find other revenues so the utility fund doesn't have to pay for what happens in the general fund. Okay. I've already talked about the proposed tax rate and the tax note. But again, my marching orders for the last couple of years is provide an equitable wage for our PD and our personnel. So we're proposing an 8.47% equity adjustment for all of our hourly employees to bring the base rate from $15.45 to 76. I have a slide in a moment. Yes, sir.
Robert, I want to make sure I understand. Are these hourly rates the average hourly rates of the existing employees, or would that be if a new employee came to the city, that's what we would offer?
They're both. They're the base rate right now for a laborer coming in to work for the city is $15.45. That will now be $17.76. But when you evaluate what's fair to the people that have been here a long time, that $1.31, for somebody who makes $20 becomes a lot less of a cost of living adjustment or equity adjustment than if you just provide the percentage.
Okay. And I mean, I sent you the email at some point. I would love for you to comment on the COLA. You've got an 8.5% roughly in there for those, but they don't get the COLA. The salaried people are getting the COLA, which
Correct.
is 5. So really they're getting 347. I mean, theoretically, if you do an equity adjustment, you're bringing everything current, which would include whatever the last year's inflation was. But if you think about a COLA and what it's really for, it's really to account for the inflation, the cost of living. And so my question is, what would be the extra money to give the hourlies also the COLA on top of that? I know the percentage would be, the optics might be uncomfortable, but it would get you closer to a $17.50 number, which I know is closer to where we really wanted our target to be. I'm just wondering what the absolute dollars are in a $14 million budget. Are we talking about, if we gave a 5% COLA, would it be $50,000 extra dollars, $100,000 extra dollars?
It's up on the chart. Tell you for our salaried employees, 5%.
I'm talking about for the hourly, if you did tacked 5% on top of the 8.47.
Okay, let me do it in dollars because I've already calculated. If I add another dollar, which is what you said you wanted to hit, it's $145,000 burdened. Okay, so I got to find $145,000 more dollars to fund that going forward.
Okay.
Can
And
we
that
make
would
the
get-
distinction real quick between COLA and equity?
Yeah, equity to me is just to get people up to where what other people are
The peer
paying.
analysis, right? You went
Yes.
out and kind of looked
And
and there was a table.
That's
really
the
good
next
table
chart,
in
by
there.
the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the Department of Labor right now it's $18 an hour. I mean, as far as a prevailing wage, I know like for this particular grant that we're working right now, we have to find jobs for folks that can make at least $18 an hour. That's the prevailing wage according to the Department of Labor. So wouldn't that be cool? We got everybody up there.
It's cool, but you have to find out how to, okay, all right. Yeah, no, calm down. Take. Sorry, what? Yeah, yeah. I didn't hear. I'm sorry. All right. Okay, the biggest portion of this ask this time is to bring the law enforcement officer, the PD pay ranges to what other municipalities are offering. And that's done through what's called a STEP program. Those of you who worked in corporate before or elsewhere, typically have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. This is something very similar based upon where you are in your tenure and what the role is, whether you're a patrolman, a lieutenant, a detective, or dispatch. And Chief Rep is going to go over that chart later in the presentation. So how do you fund this? Puts and takes, gives, and the only way I can find to do this is to raise the garbage rate and the water rate to come up with $381,000 extra dollars in addition to that the taxes are already bringing. Okay. Next slide. If you do that, what is the average impact to citizens? Well, you have to, a lot of calculations went into this. We're basing the average usage of water to be 12,000 gallons per month. Doing the math, if we increased the usage rate of it's $3.50 now per 1,000 gallons after the base rate to $4.50, that's going to bring in $150,000 extra dollars. The impact to the customer is $10 per month or $120 per year, based upon the number of active accounts which are listed there, 1,863. Similarly, our garbage rate, and we're going to have a big discussion. I have 2 slides that justify these numbers. Our current garbage rate is $38.50, recommending a $10 increase to $48.50. We get twice a week service, leaf and limb. And this is leaf and limb that's sometimes the size of a Volkswagen that we don't charge citizens for. So what did I say, leaf and limb, garbage, what am I missing? Oh, yeah, bulk, thank you. Yeah, you get once a month bulk at 4 cubic yards a month. So if you multiply that times 10 months, that's a 40-yard roll off. That's a lot of bulk. Okay. All right. So how do you fund that? What's the breakdown? As I said, the delta between this year and last is 530,000. The majority of that being payroll, 89%. And as we did not pass the expense on in the prior years to the customers, it was 76 last year. So we kind of let it slide for 2 years. Now it's time to pay the bills. Okay. Let's take a look at a breakdown of those comparisons. Busy chart, but a lot of data that I want to review. So we looked locally at what's Bastrop, LaGrange, Elgin, and Flatonia. What do they do? Who are their providers? We use Waste Management, and we're tied into that contract until 2026. Bastrop uses Waste Connection. LaGrange and Elgin both use Waste Management. Flatonia uses Texas Disposal Systems. They're the ones that have the Rhino. Okay. I'll move on. They got a Rhino. Yeah. Okay. All right. So if you raise this rate $10, you're paying for making up the difference of what we've incurred over the past 2 years for Waste Management. And you're going to help fund the leaf and limb service. Just as a point of reference, how many people have ever put leaf and limb out at the curb? Leaf and limb. How many people have put leaf and limb? Thank you. Okay. I want you to know this because it's in our contract. Waste Management does offer a bulk vegetative service, which is in the contract, but it's extremely restrictive. No more than 50 pounds. You have to bundle it. All right. No longer than 4 feet and no bigger diameter than 4 inches. Okay. Well, that's in our service now. So we could get rid of leaf and limb if you want it completely. But I think that's really going to make people aggravated because it's an extra attention that you have to pay when you bundle up your clippings. And after a storm, we get a lot of business. Right? Don't you, Edward? Yeah. All right.
Does the recycle center figure into this leaf and limb and all of that?
It does not.
It does not.
Does not currently. So back to this chart. I want to again show you that Bastrop, LaGrange, Elgin, and Flatonia once a week service. They have bulk. LaGrange twice a year. Elgin once a quarter. Flatonia twice a year. I don't know how Bastrop, what they're doing, how they get once a week bulk and have 1859. But again, they're only doing once a month. Okay, let's do apples to apples. Taking that into consideration, your 2x cost, if you were to, if all those cities provided twice a week service like we do, there's the corresponding rates. So the recommendation of $48.50 is pretty much in line with what others would be charging, with the exception of Bastrop, if they did twice a week service. Okay. Questions? Okay.
On the flip side, Robert, I'm just going to let you go, but on this. So we've got twice a week service. Hardly anybody else does. So we add the $10 per month to that. On the flip side, I've already been asked this today. I assume it's in our contract with Waste Management that we can't go from 2 times a week to 1 time a week.
You can always do a contract amendment at a cost. Okay, if you mess with the contract, they're going to take that opportunity to, as you were here 6 months ago when Matt Myers asked for an 8% increase because of their cost. If you change now, you're going to pay more, whether it's once a week or leave it now twice a week.
So I was pointing out so that the public understands we can do this route to raise additional funds, or on the flip side, if we wanted to cut expenses, then there is some peril there.
You could, but it's not going to net the benefit of the money, and the timing is what we're fighting. It would take 6 months to renew the contract. And then I think in all fairness, you need to do a survey of all the citizens of what they want, because you got a family, you got diapers. You're doing a bunch of trash.
Responses are already coming in. I think we want 2 times a week.
You do or don't? What? Okay, thank you. All right, any more questions about the garbage rate? Okay, let's move on to the water comparison. This got interesting for sure. Raising the rate from 350 per 1,000 gallons to 450. What did that bring in, Cynthia? 200. Yeah, $231,000. Across the top, you have our comparison municipalities: LaGrange, Flatonia, Giddings, Bastrop. They have a software system, billing system that can segregate by the amount that you use. We're not there yet. We're in the process of renewing this system to allow residents to manage their own destiny. We had one, and Mueller just quit doing what they did. So we're working with a company now called WaterSmart, or VX1, to replace that system so people can take control and look at what they're actually using. If you take a look at this chart, it's kind of sneaky. Yeah, $2.57 if you use 2,000 to 10,000 gallons. That's a pretty good rate. But look at the base rate. Right now, our base rate is $18. Okay, well, so why don't we go after base rate instead of raising the cost per thousand? And my thought is that let's raise a rate that the citizens can control. You can cut back on your usage, but if you charge $10 on the base rate or more, that's flat out before you even turn a faucet on. So that's what I'm recommending, and my staff recommends that let's take a look at the raising the dollar from 350 to 450 as opposed to messing with the base rate. The impact to customers is $10 a month at the 450 based upon the average usage of 12,000 gallons per month. Okay, questions? Sure.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said factually, which is appeal to the fact that if you go to 450 and you keep the base rate low, people in theory can control their usage. But the whole purpose behind setting these is to generate revenue. You're making an assumption that people are not going to do that, that they're going to use the average existing today and apply it times the 450. That's how you're generating your projected revenue, right? It's the same thing with others. So I just want to be really clear. What we have in the city, I think, is more of a revenue problem than we have an expense problem. We're struggling to try to get our pay up to where it needs to be. We're struggling to find the dollars after you do the wage adjustments to take care of sidewalks and drainage and all the other things that people would like to see. We have a revenue issue, and that puts us in a bind where we have limited resources. And if everybody went out there and reduced their water usage because they could control it, then you're not going to make your revenue number that you're projecting in your budget. And that could be said the same for any of the revenue projections. It's nice to be able to tell people, listen, you're getting all this value, but if you transfer controllability of that to citizens, that's a great thing. But if they actually exercise it, you're going to be low on revenue.
I can tell you, for every person that uses less than 12,000, there's 5 that use 80. So I disagree, but I see your point.
But no, it isn't. It is what it is. It's just math. You based your revenue number for water on 450 times some number, whatever it is. Presumably you took that into account that some people are above and some people are below.
Okay, let me just cut to the chase here. We took an average of 5 years of usage. Okay, what 150 million gallons is what our consumption has been over the past 5 years. It's gone up to 162 million. We took that average. So, the puts and takes, it's still 5-year average of 150 million gallons. And that's what we base this revenue
And again, to be really clear, I'm not questioning the recommendation. I'm just trying to be intellectually honest about when we project revenue and we project expenses, we make it sound like everybody's getting a great deal. And I do think it's a good deal, but we have a revenue problem. We're having a really tough time. We're having to raise these rates. And the way we rationalize it is we're going to keep the base rate low so you can control your usage, implying that everybody's going to be able to save money because of that. If they do that, we're going to be short on revenue.
Well, I understand that. So it's up to you to tell me how you would like to do that, whether you want to raise the base rate or,
I'm not saying that I'm not saying I disagree with you.
Okay.
I'm just saying we need to be, as we look at all of these categories, we need to
Fair
make sure, and it's the same thing will happen when we came up short this year. We know we had houses that we thought were going to be built in 2023 that didn't get built. And so our revenues were short and forced you to have to cut expenses primarily in personnel. That's how you ended up saving money and making budget in 2023, if you look at your numbers. And I mean, I applaud that. But the reality is that when the economy slows down, revenue is what drives the challenges, I think, more so than expenses, just my own opinion.
fair enough. Any other comments, council? I neglected to say at the start, I'm sorry, turn your cell phones off and citizens will have the opportunity to comment after the presentation. And if you haven't signed up, please do so with Jennifer. Sorry. Okay, good conversation. Let's talk about the wages, how we got to where we are. So, as I said, the entry-level worker at the city makes $15.45 an hour. The 8.47 or 8.5 rounded up will cost the city $185K, excuse me. So I took a look at both municipal comparisons and then comparisons in the private sector. The befores are where we are in comparison to Bastrop, Elgin, Gonzalez, Flatonia, LaGrange, and Giddings, and we're right in the middle. The afters are quite interesting. Even at 185,000, it gets us up to 1676, but we're still below Bastrop and Elgin. So people could definitely leave here and go to Bastrop or Elgin. Our attrition this year, 15, 17, minus the 5, 12 divided by 71. 14%, 18%. Yes. Okay. Yes. And I wanted to also take a look at, I've always heard you can work in Buc-ee's and make $18 in the AC. You know, our guys are out there in 174-degree heat and negative 47-degree, winter and summer. But it is interesting to see what these private sector companies are paying. McCoy's be a good gig, Chick-fil-A. So there's your before and after comparisons. Question?
There. One is earlier you listed all the accomplishments in 2022 and I guess 2023. One of the things we did last time is we did a sizable improvement to wages for employees. We didn't get where we wanted. This is kind of that next step that's being proposed. So we did make an improvement, and throughout the year, we also did a lot for benefits, the non-wage portion of people's compensation. I know you brought through several recommendations that the council supported that made the employment on the non-financial aspect more attractive. When you look at these comparisons, are the non-financial benefits to these other companies the same? Are we looking at apples to apples, just isolating pay, or are there other factors?
Just isolating pay, didn't have the bandwidth to go into deeper, and a lot of them don't want to share that with you.
Yeah, but generally speaking, do you feel like the other cities, which you should have access to, like Flatonia and Bastrop, do they do a comparable employee benefits in terms of healthcare, retirement, things like that? Because I think that was the argument you made, is we need to make sure those are comparable to these others. So I'm assuming that it's a fair analysis to think that the non-financial is the same across this peer group.
We are a little better with respect to personal days. Most of the others have 2 days personal time off. All of them provide 100% benefits for the employee. Okay. To that point, as I said, Chief Rep is going to talk about the STEP program during his presentation. Another one of those benefits that we wanted to reinstitute was the health reimbursement account, HRA. This is something we did 4 years ago that we cut because we just couldn't afford it. It was $30 a month per employee to use for their medical expenses, to cover those deductibles that they have to meet now because of our insurance programs. That money is portable. I mean, it carries over year to year. So if you're a healthy young individual and never go to the doctor, you can it'll be a bank for use during a rainy day. Okay. To reinstitute that for all employees is $25K. I think it's a great benefit. Okay. All right. Moving on. Questions? Anybody else before I go on? Let's talk about the, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, was that equity?
COLA was just. That's what I
The
could
question
afford.
is, when was the last time that we had a COLA adjustment
2
for
years ago.
salary?
It was 2 years ago.
For salary?
Yeah, it was significant. It was
Okay.
$541,000. If I remember right.
I was out on that side, I think,
Mhm.
when that happened, but the, one of the things, and I talked to Cynthia about it earlier today. I don't know if we're taking action items, but
Yeah, please, Jennifer will.
could we see, if you go back to the orange book from Friday night, Jennifer and Cynthia and I talked about it. It shows the salary by position according to how it's funded. But there's not a roll up, so I can't see what a particular position makes, and I'd like to see that compared to the average salary of that position to our, whatever our peer group is that we're using. That makes sense?
That's going to take a lot
I
more.
think you had that 2 years ago.
I did, but haven't done that because that's just a lot more detail that I have to go now ask. What do you pay your city secretary? What do you pay your city manager? What's your finance director? It's a huge effort to do.
I think
But I
that's,
can roll
there's something out
information
there
up.
on TML.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a
Yeah.
You've seen it? Yeah.
So let's take that as an action to
That
do.
okay? Thank you.
Let's talk about tax note. Again, I want to be clear that the fact that we're taking out a tax note did two things. It stabilized your tax rate and it allowed us to push or fund projects that otherwise would have had to been put against the general fund and or the utility fund. We're doing a bond call on the 28th to determine what the interest rate is going to be. So with respect to how much is our bonded debt payment, that's still TBD. The good news is these things that are listed, you're writing the tax note in a manner that you categorize what you want to spend. The individual wish list can change as long as you fit within the category. And our category is going to be infrastructure upgrades, capital, the purchase of capital equipment, and facility improvements. And there's a bunch more words that go in there, but if all of these things have been vetted or verified by Samco that they do qualify, but that doesn't mean you have to, because you say you want to do 500,000 or 500,000 for a lighting upgrade, you don't have to do that. You can put that on more money on a fire engine, or you could put more money on a playground equipment. So I want you to realize that this can change. Okay. You do have 7 years to pay this back. And again, this is paid back through the INS portion of the total tax rate. Unlike a C of O where you have to find a source for repayment. So if you look at your electric bill, back in 2019 or 18, we took out a C of O, $3 million to repair and refurbish the water towers. 24 years of use. There was mold. I mean, moss growing on the outside and the insides are, so that's what that note was for, but you had to find a source to pay it back over the 20-year period. So on your bill, there's a $5.75 fee. That's for wastewater, water improvements. So, and that will continue for the next, 18 years? So I much rather prefer the INS portion as opposed to the C of O, because you have to find a source to pay it back. Okay, questions? Okay, we're at a point now where we're going to jump into the expense overview from my department and staff. I do want to let you know that we talked about this already, 22 cost centers. And each cost center has a number and an owner. And the chart here shows who will be speaking to each of those cost centers. I also want to bring your attention to the fact that we manage the budget overall, not by line item, in that if you go over $1,000 in any cost center, you have to do a journal voucher to, budget amendments, journal voucher to justify why you went over. Okay. So when you're looking at some of these line items, understand it's here's what we're spending in cost center 120. This is what we spent last year. This is what we're going to spend, and those are detailed out in the yellow sheets, which we'll put up on the board when we get to them. Okay. Here's the current staff. We have 84 employees, 71 full-time, 13 part-time. We currently have 4 open positions. We decided not to add any headcount because it just wasn't in the budget at this time. Here's who will be speaking. They're going to review their top 3 to 5 projects. Once all these folks get through their projects, we will go to the yellow sheets. Actually, we'll have a break after they get through speaking to you about what they feel they want to work on for projects and plans. Any questions? First up is Miss Jennifer Lynch. Let me get to the, I think it should just come up. There you go. Thank you.
So some of my projects are updating the personnel manual, which I still have Brenda Page, the previous city secretary, helping me with that. I want to get that started right away in our October to try to just knock that out. That hasn't been updated since 1998. The update to the subdivision ordinance and the short-term rental ordinance is we want to do that. The short-term rental ordinances, I know that's a hot topic for a lot of people, and I would like to schedule meetings with workshops and get input from the citizens and the council on what we want in our ordinance. I know you've seen drafts of that ordinance and the subdivision ordinance, which Jason Rammel is working on. So we'll have workshops on both of those individually or together. We'll see how that works out in the upcoming months. Boards and commissions policy, that one that we have talked about as well to update, and I'm working on that. That shouldn't take too much longer to get pushed out to y'all for y'all's review. We would like to upgrade our surveillance system cameras. I looked at them for City Hall, but then we realized that it's citywide. So I would kind of be getting with the department heads and spearheading that initiative. But that is a big project. So we would like to upgrade those because the system that we are on, there's been research to say that they are vulnerable to being compromised. They are a China product. So that's kind of the reason why we want to upgrade it, but it is going to be an expense that maybe could go to the tax note. The microphone system in the council, I have that. Yes.
Right now.
I had Avanex come out and look at our room. They are getting me a quote for that. I have not received that back, but again, that could be tax note money that we could upgrade these and put a central mic that would capture everybody. So that would be great if we could get that. The citizen service suite, the short-term rentals, that's the Avenue Insights that we got approved, and that should be kicking off here in the next month or two. I'm pretty sure. We would also like to get a citizen service suite for the planning and zoning and permitting. We're getting quotes on that, so we don't know. That could be into the next budget year, but that's something that I'm working on. So my projects for this year.
Question? Can you briefly provide a scope of the boards and commissions policy? Are you referring to updating the charters for each of those boards and commissions? Or are you talking about service on boards and commission and the policies thereof as it relates to employees?
So we don't have a charter. It's not really an ordinance or anything. It would just be policies and procedures for each board. And it would be for planning, zoning, council, the airport, the hospital. It would just be, standard rules and procedures for those boards.
That would relate to appropriateness of serving on different boards or councils and any conflicts of interest, right? It would,
So, yes, it would, have all of that in there. And then we, we have the form that we just updated for, why do you want to be on this board? What are your interests? What other boards do you serve on? So, I mean, that would be part of it. Yes, the application and all of the conflicts of interest. You also go by the open meetings and the Open Meetings Act. So you have to, that's all in the policies. Yes.
that wasn't my real question. That was just a tag
So
on to Tom. What I wanted to ask
Oh.
you, is from your perspective, and Robert alluded to it when he brought you up, is that admin has not asked for any additional personnel. If you had a wish list, if we were able to go, like Tom was talking about, we got a revenue problem. It's not an expense problem. And you guys have done heroically to get us prepared, and you do it every month to get us to the council meetings, and you've got planning and zoning. Then we go into budget workshop, and we got comprehensive planning and economic development, and it does not end. And you guys are always maxed out. So if we were able to find a couple of positions to add to admin as a wish list, where would you see that going? And this is not a fair question, but I think I'd like to see your feedback, and Robert, yours too.
Right now, we've added a new employee that's on the utility side, and that would been where I would say we filled that gap. On my general side, I think that we're good right now. The ladies up front, so like the short-term rental, that's fixing to come off of one of my ladies' plates. So she'll have a little bit more time to take on some other projects. And I just feel like right now I'm okay with, I probably personally need to get some off my plate to them, and that I can do.
Thank you.
So I got one more question. Jennifer, when you're looking at the boards and commissions policy, are you also reviewing some of what TML puts out there for guidance on how to write those policies? Where are you getting your
So
guidance?
right now, all I'm doing is taking what we had, putting it, digitizing it, and I'm not adding or doing anything extra. That I was just getting ready for y'all. Y'all can add or take out whatever you want. I'm fine with going to TML and getting some more research and putting that out there for y'all and gathering it. But right now it's just what we have and getting it digitized so y'all can look it over and see what y'all want.
And getting people, interns are great. And I just found out something today through Workforce Solutions. And this is through what they call a WIOA program. And they actually will send out interns, and they pay the interns. So I'm going to get with you on that, because I'm picking up an accounting assistant at the workforce, and they're going to pay for it for like 120 days. But there's tons of these people that they want to have intern opportunities. So it might be a good thing if you need people.
Okay.
One of the things I think is a benefit for those in the audience or listening on YouTube, you get to see a name with a face. And again, this budget was put together from the collective efforts of my staff and their staffs. So up next is Cynthia. Yay.
Okay. So the main two areas that I have always are working on providing the balanced budget, and then always completing an annual audit. Those will always be my two top priorities every year. So those are there. One of the other things we're going to be looking at next year is trying to research another new enterprise resource planning, new software for our staff. We're coming out of our 5-year contract we had with the company we have. So we're going out and looking, trying to work with Jennifer to see what platforms they want and compare different companies to see what we can get versus what we have right now. So that's one of the areas we're looking at. our payroll that's in our current one, they're no longer going to support, they're going to outsource it. So we're going to have to find a new payroll company. So that's part of that. Can you hear me?
No, I'm serious. I heard the very tail end of that about the payroll company. going
Well,
out.
the software we have, we're through OpenGov right now. They're
Okay,
moving.
software.
Yeah, their software's moving to the cloud. We've got to change over our contracts with them, and they're no longer going to provide payroll in-house. So they're going to outsource it. So we're either going to have to go with their choice or find somebody else that we want to go with. And so while we're looking at it, like Jennifer's wanting different features, so we can try to find another company that'll, all of our stuff will feed in together.
And I don't know how this works with public entities, but can cities, and if they can legally, is it worth pursuing a PEO for the city? Like an Insperity or an ADP, somebody that you outsource that HR function entirely to as opposed to in-house? Have you ever talked about that?
We've talked about something similar. OpenGov has something, but it's expensive.
Yeah.
And so we want to shop, get the best product bang for the buck. So that's something that's on our list to do going forward. So. Yeah, like an
Okay.
automated payroll system where,
Yeah,
you,
time card.
we're all familiar, time card.
Yeah, because right now we hand calculate and do all that. So we're hoping to move into the next century. The next thing I always work on is open enrollment for benefits. Something we do every year. We have to re-enroll everybody. Just make sure everybody's up to date, beneficiaries, the whatever plans they want. The other thing that I've been working on for the last couple of years is to create an asset inventory list. I have with the new employee I have, she's worked on that. We got a lot accomplished, just trying to make sure that everybody knows what all facilities we have, what all equipment we have, and that kind of thing. So we're hoping to finish that this next year. And then, of course, I'm cross-training and succession planning for employees that can come up behind me. So.
May be as much a question for Jennifer or Robert, but just, I was thinking about this as you talked about software and open enrollment and getting everybody up to speed every year. Does the city have a standard set of annual requirements of employees to take various training modules relative to on workplace conduct, conflicts of interest? Do we have conflicts of interest disclosure forms that are filled out annually? What do we do on that front, Jennifer? So we don't do it. Okay.
We do actually the cybersecurity training mandated.
Right.
And of course, each of the individual departments have their own specific certification requirements, Leo, law enforcement, Edward with electrical. So,
Okay.
But as far as a global, this is what you sign, ethics, what's the word?
Well,
Harassment.
yeah.
That kind of thing.
Workplace conduct. There's a
Yeah,
variety
thank
of,
you.
of
Yeah, there you
subjects
go.
that you have to do. I just didn't know if you did it. I'm just curious more than anything as to what, I know in corporate America, every year you have a module. In fact, so many, particularly in banking, there's so many of them, they have to spread them out during the year because it would take you 30 straight days to do them all. They spread them out, you do a module each. I'm just curious as to what the city was required to do, because I am particularly interested. It plays a little bit off of what I think Councilmember Jameson was alluding to with a question to Jennifer, and she answered it correctly, but I don't know that she answered exactly the question. The boards and commissions is kind of making sure there's some standardized, logical, written, updated, current list of how they operate, the rules, procedures, quorum, open meetings, all those things. Perhaps what the Councilmember Jameson was alluding to is there rules or requirements of disclosure for employees of the city or council members for that matter to disclose other boards and commissions that they sit on in the community? Because I do think that while there certainly isn't any known illegal conflicts of interest that I'm aware of, you could certainly understand where there could be situations where there could be a potential conflict, maybe not rising to the level of being illegal, but certainly creating the appearance that, they serve in multiple capacities. Sometimes those capacities necessarily become at odds, whether it's hospital board, workforce training, chamber of commerce, you sit on both of those and you can't help but occasionally be put in a position where you might potentially have a conflict. I'm not taking a position per se, but I'm just curious as to whether the city either has or contemplates having a policy about at least disclosing what all the senior employees serve on, so the public and the council is aware of, who serves on different things. So it's more transparent, my point.
One last comment. I want to make sure that you don't think we don't. When an employee is hired, they do the social media policy, the drug, they at least get it once, but we do not have an annual refresher, which is something we probably need to do.
That it?
If no more questions for Cynthia, I'd like to ask Chief Repka to come up and present his STEP program and goals and objectives. Oh, you're gonna go over it. After
Okay.
his.
So the projects that we want to do as a PD this year is work on and attain accreditation through the Texas Police Chiefs Association. That's a pretty intense, lengthy process that'll probably take us the entire year to complete, but we want to do that. We've started working with the school district. We added an SRO this year. Y'all know Glenn Addison was the only SRO for several years since we reinstituted the program with the school district. And Fred Salazar went over this year. So now they have 2 security guards and 2 police officers. And so myself and Cheryl Burns are working out this year what that's going to look like for subsequent years. So that's going to be a process this year as well. Part of that first one is that relocating the evidence room. It's pretty packed with evidence. It's a small closet right now. So we're going to retrofit the old jail to accommodate that, since we don't keep anybody in our old holding facility anymore because it's outdated and a liability, in my opinion. So yeah, in the 70s and 80s. Yeah. So part of that accreditation process, there are certain parameters that an evidence room has to have, like a solid roof ceiling that people can't drop in through and things of that nature. And so the jail will fit that pretty well. Update patrol car equipment. There's some things that we've had to cut corners on in the past, like not having bars on some of the back windows that cost money. They're not required, but they're nice to have. So just update a few of those things that would make the job a little safer for the officers and staff. And then, as always, like every year, continue to organizational development and planning and succession planning, and trying to bring everybody up to where they need to be, their knowledge base within law enforcement. So, and we do, Tom, every year have state mandated continuing education and training that we have to keep up with. So there's that portion of it.
Question. I know for a while we have talked about, and we still have this condition where we have unfilled positions. And I know pay has been perhaps one of those constraints. Are there other constraints that are not related to pay that is preventing you from filling the position? I'm assuming if you have an unfilled position on your org chart, it's a position you think has value and needs to be filled.
Sure.
So what are the challenges to filling that besides money?
That's it.
Just money. And
Yeah, I've been visited by no less than 5 officers from agencies within this county, close to this county, that want to come to work here. And they hit me up anywhere from every 30 to 90 days, seeing what our new budget's going to look like, and they want to come to work here. The 2 positions that are open now, one, Matt just retired, and then the other one, I guess technically would have been Greg's position, which we all know he retired here after 20 years. And me and the old chief used to kind of jested about it a little bit. We've bought all the people that we know here. People come here for an environment, I think, for the most part, and that's why they stay here. We're unique in that the least tenured officer at this agency is 10 years in law enforcement, and most of us have well over 20 or at 30. And so I think when you look at that, we don't have any rookies here.
So the money that's being proposed in the budget as presented, it gets you where you need to be to where we could expect to fill those positions?
It's it's a step. I mean, you'll see the numbers. The numbers will be up in a minute. I've worked really hard with Robert. I mean, we're going to be right where we need to be at, but understanding like anything else. It's no different than like with police. You can buy 3 new cars, but if you don't buy cars for 6 or 7 years after that, you just get further and further behind. It's like not paying your credit card bill or your house taxes, it's a revolving continual thing. And so, you'll see the STEP program. You've all had access to it. You'll see it, but I'm trying to work real hard with the city because I understand. And as a young officer, I didn't understand. I didn't care. I worried about what I made, but as the chief, it doesn't miss me that this city has to do a lot with the little. And so I understand that a lot of pieces of the pie have to go different places. It's not just me. And so, as I present this stuff, I hope that y'all will understand that I take that into consideration when I do this. So our numbers aren't going to be exactly like the neighboring agencies are, but it's a significant investment that y'all will be making in the PD. Does it get me where I want to be? No, I mean, it doesn't, but it's dang close. And everybody that I keep nothing from the ladies and gentlemen that work with me. We're just having an hour-long conversation about it before I come over here, and they're happy with the numbers that are being presented to y'all tonight. They're excited about it. Their families are. And so it'll get us where we need to be. And I would venture to say that within the next 30 days, the 2 positions that are empty people will have turned in their notices and be wanting to come here.
That's
they love
great news,
everything
Chief. I
else.
wanted to support you. You and I talked earlier this week, and you've already done a great job of elocuting what I was going to ask you to go through, the competitive environment that you face. But as I told you and Councilman Jenkins, Councilman Washington, and I just went through the election process and discussed face to face the issues are out there. And law enforcement was a top 2 deal. And so we want to make sure the question that is this enough to retain and attract? I think you're saying that you can do it, particularly if you say in the next 60 days, you may get some. That's kind of the answer, right?
Well, I mean, there's a guy that's talking to one of our sergeants now, and I'll make no qualms about it. Bastrop County deputy, making basically 10 grand more a year than what he can make here, and he cannot come here and support a family and pay bills for 10 grand less a year. I mean, some of our guys here are making what I was making almost 20 years ago at Bastrop County, and we just, I think that y'all have in front of you something that'll bring us within 5% of what everybody else is making. With the hopeful agreement, there it is, with the hopeful agreement. So here's the thing. We value experience in law enforcement, and I hope that everybody in the city values experience. I mean, statistically, a person is less likely to make the rookie mistakes and do something real detrimental to their career, to the citizens of Smithville, if they don't have the experience. They haven't got their lumps yet, and et cetera. And we haven't had that problem here for a long time because of the experience that we've been managed to attract here. And so the way that this STEP program works, and I didn't want to throw Bastrop counties and Elgins and Bastrop PDs and the school districts up there because they're all basically a carbon copy of this. The numbers are a little bit different. But basically what it allows the chief administrator to do is to plug in somebody with that experience into a higher step. Part of this, what I want to talk to you about this is just getting our people to the entry level is such a substantial pay raise that all of our people are happy with just starting off at that at year 1. But over the next 2 years, and I don't know about the legalities or the, about future monies, if you will, from the council. But I would like at least the ability to over the next 2 years, push them people that if I hired them today, and this was in place and it had been for years, I would put them in at a step 5 because they have 7+ years of experience versus a guy that comes out of the academy that we would pay $59,100. I could put somebody, whether they had 7 up to 30, 40, whatever the case may be, the highest I could put them in is a 5, paying for that experience and not making them compete with the guy that's been doing it for 1 day and you've been doing it for 20 years. And so what I would like to do over the next 2 years is all those people that qualify for those positions, and dispatch, it's not many because, it's a $17 an hour job and we lose people in there. Some people can't handle it. They don't understand the stress of it. The schedule gets fatiguing. And in this, what we're trying to do with the budget, they will by far get the biggest raise out of everybody because they're even more underpaid than the police officers, in my opinion, compared to neighboring places, and we're in a weird spot. I mean, I'm sure that y'all see it with housing and stuff like that, but we're not competing with Weimer and, you know, LaGrange. We're competing with Bastrop County, Elgin, you know, we're competing that way. We're losing people this way. If we're going to lose people, we're going to lose them that way.
So when you describe the people that would benefit the most would be the dispatchers that are making $17 an hour.
1730 starting, yes.
That those would be in the hourly bucket or in the salary bucket? They're the
I'm the only
hourly.
salary employee at this.
Okay, so they'd be in the 8.47% hourly bucket, or a totally different program, different pool with the step program.
Yes.
That's correct. We separated those
Okay.
18 employees
That's-
out of
okay.
the 8.4% that's
perfect.
going to give.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And so, so what I would like to do is do a 2-year rollout to put the people in them senior positions into the step where they belong in 2 years. Because I understand, if I come to the city and say, hey, I want to plug everybody in, if I went to Robert and I tried to do it and said, I want to plug everybody in where they should be, instead of 231,000, it's 350,000, you know, because you're talking about tons of people with tons of experience that deserve the money. And so, you know, my concession with that, or my ask, is to, okay, we start everybody at the base salary to get them up to at least base, but over 2 years, let me plug them into where they need to be. Some of the dispatchers will stay at the bottom because they've been here for 6 months or a year, but the 20-year veterans in law enforcement should come up. I don't want them competing with a brand new guy.
So if you look at this step and you just look at step 7,
Yes.
you got a police officer at 68.1.
Mhm.
So if you've got somebody on the force today that has that comparable level,
Okay.
what are they roughly paid compared to the 68.1?
Right now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
I mean, just give me a ballpark, chief.
15 to 18 grand less right now.
Okay. So, you know, having said that, and I think if I understand right, and I want to make sure I do, you're talking about putting a system in place that allows you to take that $15,000 deficit and bridge it in 2 years. Is that what I heard you explain?
Yes, it allows me to get them there. And so for instance, again, and I apologize if I'm not explaining it effectively. If this was in place and you gave me carte blanche to say, okay, we're going to institute this lock, stock, and barrel today, that $231,000 that you're seeing would be substantially higher if I
Right.
plugged in people where they should be.
Right,
of
because they would
experience.
immediately go to the step. It
Correct.
wouldn't get there over 2 years.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, you said it right. I just want to
Okay.
make sure I understood it.
Yes, sir.
That is the plan. And so if we approve this, are we making a commitment then to fund that program over the next 2 years for those people?
I'm making the commitment. You're the council.
Well,
You
I
have to
mean,
give me the okay.
I'm obviously you have some ability to manage those numbers
Sure.
by who you hire. You could choose to hire somebody at step 4 instead of but if you've got somebody in place in the job today
Sure.
and they're at step 5, and in 2 years, you know, you need to get them to 64.5 and they're at 50 now. You're committing to find another $15,000 for that individual for the next 2 years if they're employed.
Sure.
And I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just making sure that I understand that that's what's being proposed. So we're being asked to approve a program that's going to do that, which I think is the right thing to do, but just to be clear.
I'll quote you, Councilman. It's a revenue problem, not a spending problem.
It is a
Councilman.
revenue problem.
So
That's what,
I'll quote you on that one. I love that.
that's a
So,
common phrase at my house too, by the way.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, if we want to have a bunch of rookies running around doing rookie things in Smithville, we keep them at 59.1 all day long. I mean, if you want the experience and the guys that are going to give you, you know, you guys provide me feedback constantly about RPD, and very seldom is it bad. And I attribute that to the quality of person with the years of experience that are coming here, that have made their silly mistakes, and they've learned from them, and they've grown, and they've developed professionally to provide the service to Smithfield that a lot of small towns don't get. Also too, something it'll be on the last deal, and you don't have to put it up, Robert, but I understand the need to get every other city employee better pay. I understand that. And so what I would propose, and I don't even know if I brought this up to Robert, but typically what would happen when you gave a raise to the city, if it was an across the board dollar raise or a percentage raise, I'm not the equity, the COLA, y'all get into those conversations, and I really don't understand all that. But so if the city gives a 3%, then that would change all these numbers. year over year. So 3% would hit all of them numbers. But what I'm proposing is we put a freeze on that for 2 years to allow us to get to the steps they need to be to free up some monies for other departments. Should y'all decide to put them there, and on that third year, then start instituting that 3%. I'm doing that after talking to our staff, just so that y'all will see that we're not wanting to take all the, the big piece of the pie from everybody. We're willing to work, but I need to get people paid to come here. I do. Yeah, and can't keep them for sure. Yeah. And so 2-year freeze on any adjustments to this as it sits here, it would stay that way for this budget, next budget, and into the third budget. And then the 3% would kick in after that, with the hope that y'all would allow me to next year when budget plug the people in their midline. And then on the third year, put them in their final step where they should be. And then we would be moving forward from
the
there.
goal here is to fill the positions and get the people. And so, I mean, I applaud the offer to try to be a team player. I mean, I really do. But the reality is that people that are yet hired are not part of the team. And so you need to fill positions. Otherwise they wouldn't be on your org chart.
Sure.
And so we need to, I think doing the freeze is great, but this council next year could decide to remove the freeze or change
Sure
it
they
if we
can.
felt like we needed to. Because I think the goal here is to fill the positions and to make sure that the city employees, not just the police department, but all the city employees
Yes.
are paid fairly. And I do want to revisit, to me, we have workforce training requires $18 an hour living wage or sustainable, whatever they call it, prevailing wage. I have a real problem personally not getting to that number, guys. And gals, I'm just telling you. I mean, I think we should try to find a way to take care of the employees. I want to revisit that.
Well,
And the same way with the fire department too. I mean, there's never been anything more obvious than the efforts that they put in, in the last several months, and probably do every summer with fighting fires. We should find ways to make sure that those first responders are taken care of too.
And I say it to Jennifer and the people that I talk to all the time. I just don't think the PD needs a raise. I think everybody does. It's not just but I know it's money issues sometimes, but that's for you guys to deal with. I'm just asking.
No,
It is a money issue, but it's also, you go out and talk in the community and nobody wants to pay more. We've talked about this before. Nobody wants to pay higher garbage and utilities. And, there are considerations, and I'd like to talk about a few things we can do to maybe help. We had a good electricity discussion recently, but still at the end of the day, the community has an expectation of their city and their elected officials to provide a level of service and an environment that they expect. It doesn't come free. Okay. It comes at a cost, and that cost is whatever that cost is. And so we're just kidding ourselves if we play around and going, yeah, but you're getting a great value here. I mean, it is what it is. We need these people. This is the wage we need to pay them. And then we need to support the city manager. We need to challenge him to go find the money the best way he can. And then we need to support whatever that is. And if we have to find ways to cut expenses in areas that don't relate to our people, then we have to maybe make those tough choices. But I think paying the people, whether they're first responders or just rank and file people at the city, should be the number one priority.
And the last one, so that's do y'all have any questions specifically about that step? The dispatch is kind of the same, except, there's just dispatchers and then the supervisor that oversees them. There's their step program there. And then the final slide just kind of compares to who we compete with. And that start, I want to be the pay comparison to the 7-year officers, which is the max that an administrator can plug somebody into right off the street first day. If they have 7+ years experience, that's the max they can make. And that max for us would be 64.5. Having on good authority that Bastrop County is going to go up 7% this year for their law enforcement. So that's gonna jump that up to quite a bit more. It is what it is. We're going to always be fighting that battle no matter what we do. And then the dispatchers are the same way. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see where we're at here.
Did you have it on good authority?
No. That is so when you look at our step program at step 13, which if an officer came in brand new in 13 years, they would max out.
Okay.
They would be at their max. Okay. The max for a patrol deputy at that 13 years is 85,000 compared to our max right now. And that slide's not up. of 78,900. So it's still $6,000 less than what they would make, but it's the same years, 13 years. Somebody started brand new. We would start at 59,100 and they would end at year 13 at 78,900, where Bastrop County's ends at 85. And if you go back to the final slide. So that's the start and the max, but I want to compare 7-year officers because that's what we have here.
71, is that what you just said, in 10 years?
No, 59 to 78,900.
Okay, so
13
19
years
so-
if somebody started.
so
day one as a
19
brand new
grand.
cop.
In 13 years.
Right. Is what that step program, and then they max out at step 13.
What on a compounded annual percentage that would be, because you've got 3 to 5% inflation. I mean, it sounds like you may just be keeping up with inflation, maybe a little more, and you're not getting paid for your experience.
Yeah. Well,
Just an observation.
y'all can make it higher if you want. No, I understand. But that's kind of the way that it is. You know, I mean, an 18-year-old kid can walk into Bastrop County and go to a 40-hour class and make $4 or $5 grand more than a police officer who's been here and doing the business for 20 years right now. That will change if y'all approve this. That's just the reality of it. And we've had 2 spots open since Greg left. You know, we're sending one guy through the academy. Y'all have met him, Denver. He was a dispatcher for 5 years. He's in the academy right now. I guess he's about a month and a half in. So, but that's a process, you know, academy's 8-9 months long and then another 3 months of training. So we'll see him at a year, but he's already invested 5 years with the city. So hopefully he'll stay. He goes as a cadet at a reduced rate at this point, basically what he was making as a dispatcher. But, you know, like Elgin PD has 7 people in the academy right now. That's just nationwide, 15 to 30% staffing shortage in law enforcement. Nobody wants to do the job no more. I mean, y'all all watch the news and see the videos, and it's kind of hard to just even get people to want to do the job now. I mean, you know, I don't compare ourselves to Houston or anything, but they're down thousands of cops in towns like that, thousands. I got a couple of commander friends. I think last time they told me they were down like 1,600 officers in Houston, and it's all usually hits between 15 to 30% vacancy rate, which we haven't dealt with here. I've been here but 8.5 years, and these open spots are, before I would have somebody coming in the door when somebody left out, and that just kind of came to a stop, you know.
Are there any law enforcement grants that could be available to help with some of this? Not for salary, just for equipment and things like that? You couldn't find one for bringing one on or anything like that? Okay, just ask.
Thank y'all. Thank everybody for listening. Appreciate it.
So to summarize that, what is the budget impact by implementing this Chief Repka's program the first year? It's $231,000. Moving on. Thank you, Chief. We have Miss Anna Hernandez.
Oh. Right, so we'll go over the projects for the court. It's an ongoing thing to cross-train the personnel to assist with the court clerk. The ladies up front, they're doing very well. We have Deputy Disnowski and Lieutenant Laura. That's what they call themselves. Evaluate old cases for payment or for dismissal. And that's just to get it off our books, because if they haven't paid in 10, 15 years, they are probably not going to. So that's just kind of an ongoing thing every year that we need to do. Document municipal court policies and procedures, and that'll kind of go along and help with the cross-training the personnel to assist, because if I wasn't, at work a day, they could pull that up if there's something they were not sure how to do. They can pull it out and it'll help them get through the process if they need to, or someone could not come back when I'm here. Coordinate court appearances with the city prosecutor. That's an ongoing, he's here every month, the 4th Wednesday of every month. And so we just, get our docket set for him to come in and get any paperwork and stuff that he needs before he comes in for the pre-trials. He was here today. And I'll continue to serve as City of Smithville Associate Municipal Judge, a magistrate, and complete professional development training. And we do that every year. We have a 12 to 16-hour conference that we go to. And we've already went this year. We'll go next year. And the last one, oversee installation of a panic button and security upgrades at City Hall. So I asked last year regarding the panic button, just because we used to have one that hasn't worked in years before my time. And I've been here 13. We just kind of holler if we need some, or one of us back there call Robert or Jennifer, come up. But they did come through and assess where we could put some panic buttons, and it would be emailed over to the dispatch. Once we push the button proposed, and we did get a quote, and y'all should have that. So we're hoping to have that as we need it. I mean, we did has it been a couple of years with our fobs yet, or just a year? Couple of years, and that helped because we had to keep the doors locked to keep anybody out, because we got real lax people coming in and out. You just never know when they just walk over and open that door and come back. So this will help too, because the way of the world these days, we just need to be prepared. You never know when we might need help up front or in the back too.
That's going to come out of the miscellaneous city facility upgrades. That's part of the tax note, the panic button.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have our library director, Judy Bergeron.
And if you'll all bear with me, I'd like to start with a story. It comes with the territory. But this summer, I had a conversation with one of our local citizens who is also a performing artist. And they toured the state doing library programs in a lot of different cities. And when they came back and talked with me, they shared their observations about a lot of different libraries in a lot of different cities in Texas. And they were amazed at what our library does and what our library means to our community. And they stepped back a little farther and said, how does it work? Why is it so? And they looked at the other departments in the city. They looked at the way the library is supported, not just by the community, but by the other departments, and the way that we all work together. And it's a testament to Robert and his leadership. And it's part of what David was talking about as far as wanting to work in Smithville, wanting to be in Smithville. So hearing it from somebody who was observing, I just want to say thanks to all the other department heads that I work with and to my staff as well. Thanks to the council, but also thanks to the community. I feel like we have a great community support for our library. And so we want to keep it running, and we want to be able to offer the materials, the programs and services that we have been continuing to offer. In order to do that, we have to maintain our accreditation status. That's one of our biggest foundations for what we do at the library. It requires a lot of recording of numbers of people, outcomes of our projects, and numbers of how many materials we circulate, things, the ebooks, the number of ebooks that we have, how many physical print books we have, how many of them are moving. So I have to put together those reports and submit those to the state library. Those go to the Institute for Museum and Library Services. And based on a minimum maintenance level of effort, we get accredited or not. And this year we will be accredited again. We did successfully fulfill that. But what does accreditation get us? The ability to apply for state grants, the ability to access state services. They help support our summer reading club every year. They help support continuing education and training and certification for our staff. And we also get access to TechShare databases. It's 63 online databases that people can use to research a lot of different things. They can do it from home. They can come into the library and use our computers. And we wouldn't have that if we weren't accredited. Interlibrary loan. We sent out 250 items to other libraries this past year. And we asked other libraries to send us over 100 items that we didn't have. And instead of buying an item that's outdated or something like that, we can get another library to lend it to us. We only have access to that because of our accreditation status. A lot of the services that we offer, a lot of the programs that we offer, we get grant funding for. And it's very important to being able to offer these programs. Our biggest one right now is the Libraries for Health programs. It's a St. David's Foundation grant. It's a 3-year grant, and we're just completing the, we're about halfway through it. We'll complete the second year in December. We finally got our peer support specialist, and they have been working very hard with just getting to know the community, getting to know the library users, and just folding in right away and reaching out and helping a lot of people with housing issues or with other mental health support issues that are needed. So it's been great to see. We've also been able to increase our program capacity by finally populating the community center at the Smithfield Community Gardens. During COVID, we were able to get some COVID response grants to put Wi-Fi there, to get some tool lending library at the community gardens so people could garden. And we didn't have anybody to go over there and actually run the programs because I couldn't be in 2 places at once. So now we're running weekly programs, several weekly programs. We're seeing over 50 people a week at those programs. And the feedback that we're getting from the users of those programs and from others in the community. Just last week or about 10 days ago, we had a clothing swap for back to school clothing, and we had 100 people come in and take advantage of that in a 3-hour time period. So we continue to offer these programs, and they're very important and covered by what's in the yellow sheets, what's in the budget. We need a bigger library. We need a safer library if we're going to talk about panic buttons. Right now, we do lack visibility. If we're going to talk about security cameras, not only might they be, somebody can hack into them online, but they can be turned off. And we've had somebody turn off the power to the library and try and break into the library. So once they, we've got a backup battery now, so they can't be turned off. But just having those security things and in place, and maybe a more energy efficient library. And if this community is growing, now is the time for the library to grow. Right now, our shelves are too high, so a lot of people can't reach the top shelf. Luckily, some of us are tall and we can help them. It's a security issue. We can't see over the shelves because they're all 7 feet high. It's an airflow issue. So we need to expand the library for sure. We have preliminary plans. I would like to get those preliminary plans into the community's eyes and see where we can go, get some public input and see where we can go. But the first question they're going to ask is, where are you going to put the new library? So that's our first order of business. Before we can take those plans out to the public, we have to have a location so that we can say, this is where it's going to go. And then continue organizational development and planning. I am required to do continuing education every year by the state. That's part of the accreditation process. And each of my staff members have technical continuing education that they have to do. The one who does the cataloging of the books has to keep up with those processes. The one who does the purchasing has to keep up with those processes. So all of our staff are continuing to get the continuing education that they need. Any questions?
Thank you. It's a great presentation, and I also appreciate you taking the time a few weeks ago to sit down with me and walk me through and educate me
Thanks for coming in
on
and
the
asking.
services. Yeah, it's a much more broad service delivery that the library has than I was aware of. A couple of times, and I probably asked you this, and I don't remember the number, and don't give it to me now if you don't have it, but if you had an average number of unique users that pass through the door on a daily basis, is it 20, 30, 50, 100?
Before COVID, we had over 100 people coming in on an average each day. During COVID, that dropped. And in the last couple of years, we've been watching it increase. Last year, it was a little over 60 people a day. And I can say this year, it will probably be more than that. So we are seeing a lot more people come back to the library after the closures.
Growth, and it reminded me to ask Robert, normally when you do a budget projection, you have some assumptions about growth. We haven't really talked. We talked about the need for revenues, which kind of implies some level of growth. What, if any, assumptions are we embracing relative to the growth of the town? Population, businesses, and it's not really so much a question for
Right.
you, and it may be for a later point in the discussion. If you want to talk about it later, that's fine too. It just occurred to me when you said we're in a growing community. Are we really in a growing community?
Okay, our assumptions, well,
Or
first
just
of all,
changing?
the census data, and Jill can confirm this, is not accurate. What you see on the sign is not the actual population. It's much less. Jill, you can talk about that during your presentation. Our assumptions going forward, and something that didn't come to fruition this past year, you already alluded to that, is all those houses that were supposed to be built to bring in new families. So if you take those 200 homes and you extrapolate out, you get over the next 3 to 5 years, another 200 families. So times 2 as a minimum, you look at another 400 people.
Say that I'm really glad about the after-school programs, you feeding the kids, all the things you do down at the community garden. Your outreach is just really reaching out into our community. And I'm glad we can work with the delivery for the boxes for you to get those kids fed.
And today was a box delivery day. I pick up 15 boxes from the food pantry every Wednesday, and throughout the day, the families that come in on Wednesdays for children's story time, we'll open the boxes and they'll take what they want. And then we have some knitters come in right after they leave and they'll take some. And then we have a writers group that comes in and they'll take some. So by the time the day is over, I have empty boxes there that we break down and we recycle.
I'll echo what Councilmember Jameson said. This is my, I guess, 3rd year on the council. And the first year I asked a lot of questions about the $470,000 budget to the library, and everyone thought I hated kids and books. I learned a lot from you, much like Mitch did, by going over and realizing that there's libraries in a traditional sense and there's libraries in small towns. And the library in this town is more of a social gathering spot, and it provides a diversity of services well beyond pulling a book off the shelf. So thanks for that. Now I'll give you a numbers question.
Okay.
After saying that the 476 was, there's about $450,000 in the budget, just roughly speaking. I know there's some grant dollars that flow through. If you had to look at your expenses of 450,000 in a year, how much of that is funded through grants and how much comes from, city revenues, just out of curiosity?
Offhand, I would say about 60 to 75,000 comes from grants of that 450.
Okay, so somewhere in the 350 to 375 is what's truly funded by, the revenue side of the city's
Yes,
ledger.
and
Okay.
that is part of my annual report. I have to break it down into what is grant funded and what is local government support. So I can provide those numbers for you.
Yeah,
as
I was
well.
just curious because I knew there was some level. This is certainly one of those where you qualify for grants, and I know you secure them. So thank you.
Done. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Next up is the Rec Center Director, Ashley Garrison.
Can y'all hear me? Okay. I have a report card system that I want to try to get implemented. And it's really kind of for Parks and Rec, but you can use it through a lot of different things in the city. The idea of it is to compile a group of citizens and they get a packet to go through and rate parks, rate fields, parking lots, buildings, rec center, whatever. And it's 5 categories. It's like safety, appearance, functionality. There's 5 different categories. And they just rank them like 1 to 10, and then they turn it in. There's an Excel sheet that the numbers that they provide go into an Excel sheet, and every area gets a grade A through F basically. And so in turn, what that does is help at budget us decide what areas might need more money put somewhere versus others. So for example, we all think that we need new playground equipment, but maybe the town doesn't. They say, hey, we want a bigger splash pad. I don't know. And so instead of us putting money to something that we think needs to be put towards, it goes to something that the town has compiled together. The age of the structures go into play as well. And so, I mean, if something has like a score of an A or a B, then maybe it doesn't, get put to the top burner. The areas that have like a score of, Fs get more look in the budget system. So with that, of course, it would go to update and upgrading infrastructure throughout the building of whatever the report card might show. And then I had evaluating the security and camera systems at the rec center, but then I realized that apparently it's a citywide thing and not just ours. Because I can view them in time in my office, but I don't have access like on my phone or computer. I can't do any kind of playbacks or anything like that. So I think that's already been addressed. And then just continual organizational developments, our conferences that we go to. I found a couple online courses that like Kay can do for after school program. We've looked into a couple things for Alexis. Sometimes the event development stuff is a little bit higher. So that tends to get pushed back. And then a new little project that's kind of come about is the beautification of the outside of the rec center. I'm sure most of y'all know Norman Jones. He's actually come and is really like just spearheading this for me. So he's just rocking and rolling with things for the outside. But I'm just going to keep pushing that one forward and maybe making the face of the rec center a little bit prettier because it's kind of plain right now.
Of course, I have a question.
Okay.
I have to tell you, thank you so much for your detailed reports. I mean, I know last year I was, really wanting some metrics and key readiness indicators. So I do appreciate that. As far as this outdoor, I guess it's rec sports programs, there's a $5,000 entry in the budget. What's that for?
That's because of the fall festival and like the color run, the various just additional runs that we've had over the last couple of years. It's pretty much that. Some of it, of course, is just cost of t-shirts for all the kids have gone up. If the cost for like the officials have gone up, just little things like that, because our numbers are increasing, each year with our program. So of course, if we have more kids, then we have to buy more shirts. We have to, do all that kind of stuff. So in the programs that we've had, it's just like little increases. But like I say, with the fall festival, the color run, those are new events that we've had over the last couple of years that never were really accounted for. We just spent knowing that we were either getting sponsorships for stuff or covering our cost on things. But of course, it just looks like we just spent a whole bunch of money. But if you looked at the revenue side, it kind of washes out. So it's pretty much those.
So, a year ago, it was August, we talked about possibly utilizing the rec center for more entities to come in. And then I had heard you guys were talking to, I guess it was Garner Riley. Are they still looking at coming in?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the hiccup that he has right now is apparently just getting the physical therapist that would use this site. Because I guess he lost whoever was going to be here. And so from what he's kind of just been telling me on emails, is he's just waiting to get that person. And then he wants the space.
And so would you still be amenable to other entities coming in to rent space as far as community resource type entities?
Yeah. I mean, whatever is available on the calendar is available to, whatever, space we've got I mean, it's always open.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about, well, no, it wouldn't be permanent. I mean, they would be able to.
Sorry, I didn't want to, let me
Yeah.
ask the question publicly. I'm trying to clarify. Are you talking about amount of space that might be available on a permanent basis to rent out?
Well, I
Temporary?
recognize the two back rooms, are used because they were, the FEMA money went ahead and paid for those, but no, they wouldn't be permanent, but like right now WIC is using the Harts Chapel, possibly bringing WIC over to the community, to the rec center and some other entities that we could possibly utilize, some of those rooms that you've got for maybe behavioral health, mental health services, that kind of stuff. So
I've always said mental health is not the place.
Do
at the
I?
rec center because we tend to go crazy at the rec center. I know I've always said mental health we probably weren't the best location suited for that because
I'm just saying for
Yeah.
private rooms, should I want to we put a mental health person in there, and we have a peer support specialist right now at the library. That's what she does. I mean, she's doing mental health services right at the library. So it would just be another access point for folks to get
anyone
service.
could come and figure out if it's a location for them.
Okay.
Like that, it gets determined by that person. If they feel that it's a right space for them, then we can look at the calendar, see what's available. Some things are available longer term than others. It just depends, because the media room, it gets voting in there and things like that. Of course, we have CNA classes that are using it a lot. So, but anyone can come in and determine like, this is a great location for me. And then we can go from there.
Janice, does that help address the revenue issue we're talking about?
I mean, right now they're looking at Garner Riley, and I'm sure they're going to generate some revenue. And if, let's say you wanted to put some licensed professional counselors in there and their private entity, could they have a space? And then that's generating revenue. And we all said we had a revenue problem. So I'm just trying to look at some other opportunities.
So I don't want to go too far out, but so the room that Garner and Riley is looking at is about the only room that we have available to dedicate to someone. All the other rooms are multi-use. I wouldn't be able to like say, oh, this is your room forever and whatever. So, but that's again, just someone could come and look and determine if they have the flexibility to do that. So.
The question so much for you, Ashley, but the revenue question came up again. It reminded me, Robert, does the budget include rental revenue for workforce training on the city's facility that we said we were going to see a lease on at this next council meeting?
It does not at this time. So it's an
So
additional.
that's a $15,000 or $20,000 a year. If it's market rate, it's at $1,500 or so a month. That would be a pretty decent, that would be some revenue that would come in that we don't have in the budget today.
That could be, yes.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you, Ashley. Next up is Jill. Shuby, would you please talk about the census before you start off, and then we'll get into your part.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, and thank you all for coming out here. I really appreciate the opportunity to present. As Robert was saying, the 2020 census, which is the count of every single person, they come out, you all know that you get the phone call, the email, the online version, that somebody will come and knock on your door if you still haven't done all of that stuff. So the 2020 census, which is as complete a count as we can possibly have for every single person, is 3922. So that's the number that should be out on those green signs that are coming in. I don't know what happened. I tried to call TxDOT because they're the responsible for putting the signs out. Nobody wants to call me back. I don't know who to ask. They won't tell me who I can get in touch with. I'm not sure if we can change that out. I'm kind of afraid that maybe this was what I suspect happened is they used a different number from a different estimate. What they do in between censuses, which is every 10 years, is they'll do the American Community Survey. And so they'll do, basically, it's not the census of every single person. It's a random sample of the entire country. So maybe you get something like 10 or 15%. I don't know the numbers exactly, but you'll get a random sample of certain numbers in the community. You'll find out from them all the information that they need. And then they'll do a mathematical extrapolation to say, looking at how growth is looking in different kinds of all throughout the community, they'll do a mathematical extrapolation to say, this is how many people we think now are in that county or in that city or in the community. So that number that's out there is probably one of those. Anyway, so that's kind of just, I don't know if that clarifies everything's clear as mud, but that's kind of what happened.
What was 2010 census number? Do you know?
2010 was 3790, no,
3817.
3817.
3817.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And 2000 was 3901, right? Because we went down just a little bit. I think 2000 was something like 3901 and then it was 3817.
So that's kind of my point. If you go back, if 3900 was 2000,
Mhm.
and then we went to 3817, and then we went to 3922, we're not robustly growing. So and I don't disagree with Robert's projection. I think growth is coming. It's just a matter of when, but the when is really, really important because in the meantime, people expect to be paid and things have to work and we have to keep equipment operating and all that. So I think that is an important backdrop, particularly when we start thinking about economic development, approving rezonings and, approving subdivisions and things like that. We always have to keep in the back of our mind that the revenue side comes maybe with a little bit of things we don't like, but we also need to have our services paid for.
Yeah. Now, one other thing just to keep in mind is Bastrop County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Texas. And so they're at something like a 31% growth rate while we're at about 3%. And part of that is because we're so landlocked. So as we are moving forward, as we're getting different places have been annexing in, as we kind of move our footprint and we fill in those holes in the donuts and so to speak, there's things that we can do to help move that 3% growth number if that's the direction that we're looking to try to do something. So
just happened to have the 2020, 2025 when we did the Economic Development Community Resiliency Strategic Plan. And we were projected for 2024 to be at a population of 5,332. And that was back in 2020. The 2000 census was 3816 and the 2010 census was 3817. So that's what it says here. 3816 is in the document. And then 2010 was 3817. And then 2019 was 4663, according to this plan that we published.
But that's because of the extrapolation at the time. We didn't have that. In 2020, we didn't have the number because in 2020, they hadn't run the 2020 census at that time. So we were using extrapolated numbers. So that was kind of, yeah, it gets complicated. I'm sorry, but it's, you don't know the number from the census for at least another 18 months or 2 years because they have to go through they have to clean up the data and they have to make sure they've got the counts right. And there's a process that census goes through before you know what the actual number is.
Safe to say that it's not like it's not doing
No, we're
this.
not
And that underscores the challenge that we have to be realistic about when we look at budgeting. Is we have to be, it's going to be really tough. I mean, we have to pay people. We have to keep services going without being able to rely on a really robust income stream growth in the next, and that's why we're borrowing money. I mean, be really honest with you. I mean, that and the tax rate, but the extra three, we're at this $10 million of debt is, I think that's about 70% of our annual budget, just as a mathematical metric. And I think it was 66% in 2020 or 2021. It's never been that high. It's still well within the AA rating, but it just shows you we're borrowing some money to pay for some stuff because we don't have the revenue to keep up with the growth. At least that's my assessment.
Okay.
Oh, okay. There has been a special call meeting for the 31st on Thursday to discuss economic development and hot taxes. So at this time, we're not going to cover the economic development planning implementation projects that she has on her plate. You can go ahead and speak to the grants and community outreach, if you would please do so.
So for the grant program, and one thing I wanted to just reiterate about the grant program is it comes, the grant submission may come out of my email account to the submittal portal or whatever, but it's a community-wide program. The success of the program is the success of the community. And so I am just I'm just the person who's like typing things in. Okay. So having had all of the partners, all the people who are interested, all of the cohesiveness of the team members who are coming together to say, these are the things that we want. Those are the things that the funders like to see. And so that's what this success rate is, truly the success of the community. So I just wanted to make that that point. So with that said, I'm going to continue to do the kinds of things that we're doing. So I'll be talking to the department heads, to all of our partners to look for funds for the equipment projects, programs that will help to improve quality of life. And Councilmember Jenkins, about the salary idea, there are very, very rare and few funding opportunities for salaried positions, because generally speaking, this is something that they want to see continue forward. So things like equipment, things like programming, there's things that you can get different money for, but it's a very rare thing to get something for a salaried position. It was right, especially for something like a police officer. So speaking to something like Andy Escobar's community engagement coordinator position, that was like a pilot program to see if it was something that was going to run. And it was from a foundation that was willing to provide those funding. So it was a very rare opportunity for us to have some salary funding.
Make it clear that we could not fund it from a grant. I already knew that part. I just wanted to make it clear that it was out in front.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. So to that point, then also Andy has decided to take another position at Bastrop County Cares. We're going to miss him a lot. So we have that position open, but we've got, I think it was 7 or 8. We have 7 or 8 applicants already, very good candidates. So we will be looking to fill that position. And so I'll continue to supervise that position. We'll continue to work on that communication and work with the community and do the network weaving and support this idea of the projects that are co-created by the community members. And that, again, that's going to feed back into the grant program and into economic development planning. And then finally, I'll be working on managing the city website update. And so as we said, I think at the last council meeting, I gave you a timeline. I think by January is our anticipated roll-off date.
Any questions for Jill? Okay, we're in the home stretch. We're very close to we're very close to a break. So Edward is up. Okay. I got notes. All right. Council. So got a lot of big projects that we've been working on since last year. Some of these are from Jack Page's era and that I've came through and we're working on, but our first one's supporting the wastewater plant expansion study. We have CC Lynch came in, gave all the equipment to us. We got samples, we got everything taken down, and land came through and got all the information. We're waiting to see what happens if we can get all the information back as what we're gonna have to do with this 600,000 gallon tank. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. I was on the wrong one. I'm sorry. Wastewater study. I'm sorry. I jumped on the wrong one.
Can I
first.
ask a
See, that's
question
what happened.
about that? I know we had 75 in the budget. That was the first phase of that feasibility. This is where is this where we determine how they're going to look at LUEs? Or was that the first phase? The 125,000 will determine that?
They've already determined what our LUEs are. What now we're doing is trying to extrapolate what are at each of those plants. There was a flow rate. They wanted
Yeah.
to validate the actual flow. So they brought in instrumentation to do that. They took 30 to 45 days to do such. They're going back to evaluate that data. The next step is that it fits right into your questions about what is our anticipated growth? Where is it going
Right.
to be? So that's the next.
So
step.
this when they do the flow rate, I thought there was an opportunity for us to make a case that our LUE, the gallonage for LUE was different than what we had been assuming. And that was going to be to our benefit.
That's already done.
That's the first phase.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a done deal.
All right. Thank you.
So, yeah, we're just actually waiting now for all the data to come back from land on the wastewater study. The complete citywide water meter replacement, just about complete. We Amoresco came in, they took out the last 68 meters, took them in to get tested. To do our last evaluation, we were at 98.3% of success rate on the meters. 2 meters out of the 68 failed. So they took them back, sent them to get warranted, but everything else came back and said it's ready to go. So we're still in the kind of the concept. It's all starting, the read rate is a lot better. We're not having to go out and read all the water meters, the collectors. There's some issues with some of them, some not. So we're still working with Amoresco on that and Mueller.
We know do we even have a guess at what our settlement's going to be with them?
The first round of settlement was $361,000 that they're putting back to purchase the quantity of electric meters that we're going to need and to replace the water meters and to pay for the enterprise system to drill down so customers can get their own water and electric data information. So
So do you think there's any more potential incoming from that? Or are we
Yes,
pretty much
sir.
done?
there is because we still haven't requested or given them a bill for the 14 months of us taking manual reads. They're gonna, somebody gonna pay that because, you know, what's the point of having an AMI if you have to go send somebody out to read the meter? So yes, sir, we're still working on that.
And then back to the 600 gallon tanks. Sorry, skipped ahead, but Boswell and Reyes came in and they inspected the 600,000 gallon tank, the 50,000 gallon tank, 10-man, and the rec center tank. All of that has been done. Everything's been in. We're just waiting for the data to come back. We have not refilled the 600 gallon tank, 600,000 gallon tank, because it has to be filled, drained, cleaned, filled, drained, cleaned, and then filled again to test for back T-flow before we can put it back online. It's 1.8 million gallons of water we'd have to do. So right now we got the 50K tank and the 10-man and the rec center back up. We're running fine. Water's going. We're just trying to see what's going to happen when we have to, if we're going to have to redo this 600,000 gallon tank or if it's going to have to go. We're planning on it staying. Looks like it's going to be in they'll be able to reconduct it. So we're hoping that's what happens.
Let me interject. That bill is tied to the C of O we took out in 2018. There's still $1.1 million left in that C of O to cover the cost to rehab this tank. Don't want to lose capacity.
Capacity issues with that out of service.
Not as
Okay.
not of right now.
Okay.
Like Robert said earlier, Freeland came through where they're going to do us a study for our road improvements. And while they're out there, he's trying to figure out how we're going to get all this to happen, but he's actually going to do a street sign and stop sign assessment with the road and everything. So we'll have something saying, hey, you either need stop signs, you don't, these are bad, these are good, what roads signs need to be replaced or added, so and so. So hopefully that'll help and come through with that. That's been an ongoing project too. We still missing a lot of street signs out there. Trying to get that done. And the Highway 95 expansion. I've been here 7.5 years and I've been on this thing for a long time too, in and out. So Bevco, we're still on it with them, and I think they're getting closer with TxDOT. So we might be getting to move forward with that. And clean and organized city barn. One thing we noticed around there is, you know, we've done a lot of paving. We did a lot of new fences and gates and everything, but our building's falling apart. It's got holes everywhere. It's hot. It has no insulation. The roof is it's just terrible. So we want to look into trying to redo the roof on the warehouse and get the warehouse insulated. I do have a mechanic that works there majority of the time, and it's hot when he's inside of there. And I mean, we got 5 fans running in there, and it's still smoking in there. So
Opportunity by putting another haul off in there for dump. Cause it's always full when I try to go use it.
yeah,
Always. is.
it comes quick. I mean, these people know when it's there, it's
Yeah.
there.
I'm just curious because, you know, that's one of the, for full disclosure, that's one of the few perks that the council members have is free use of that facility, that and one rental in the rec center,
That's perfect.
which I don't know that any of us use. Yeah, at least that's what I think. Yeah. But my point is, I think
Yes.
Jack and I joked a little bit, but it wasn't so much a joke, which is he said, hey, if I had 2 or 3 of these, I think they'd be full all the
They
time.
would be.
Again, it's a revenue I mean, I don't know if you have room or anything, but it'd
Yeah.
be certain to look something. to
That's
look
the
at.
challenge is the room now with
Yeah.
the detention pond there. He hadn't had a lot of space. And you would have to build up another ramp like we did before.
Yeah.
And, stop dumping so much, Tom.
That is an issue. I mean,
My wife to quit renovating houses and we'll quit dumping.
we don't have the space right now. I mean, I'd love to. We just installed more bays for the equipment that we have. I mean, a lot of times we had all of our equipment sitting outside, in the
Right.
weather. So now we've got it covered. So that's a good thing. So, yeah, I'm
So
with you on that though. One
on
day
this
we'll get
roof
there.
repair, Edward, this is 100K, is that?
Well, I did some checking and stuff, and I've actually got kind of a ballpark quote on just fixing the roof and the gutters and everything. But I have no clue about how much it is to spray and insulation. So I kind of ran it high a little bit because like Robert said, if I don't use all of that money for that, I can move it somewhere else. And again, like you said, we have a lot of people that come to our warehouse, dumping, salesmen, citizens, people coming in and out. And I feel bad sometimes they walk inside and our shop is just horrible, and we don't have nowhere for them to sit down and talk to these salesmen, these customers, anybody. So we'd love to remodel some of the offices, make it to where, it's user friendly. And definitely we need another restroom. We have 2 restrooms in there. One don't work half the time.
Repka, I think, has some labor. They could come do it for you.
We need restrooms. And there's 29 males there. So, a urinal would kind of help probably a little bit better too. So big time. And like anything, hey, we want a wash bay for our trucks. We like to keep our vehicles clean and stuff. Right now we have a little pressure washer, but there's no place for it. So it kind of gets thrown and hoses get busted and the thing gets tore up and, cause just there's nowhere for to put it. So looking at putting some wash bay and some vacuums in, so we can keep the trucks clean. And of course, y'all seen the tax note. You want to talk? Go ahead. Go ahead. I seen you grab. Go ahead.
We bought a chipper truck, I thought, a couple years ago. Is this another one? that we're
We
getting?
bought a leaf machine,
What is it?
a leaf machine
Leaf machine.
truck.
Okay.
And it's actually going to be almost the same truck
Okay.
coming for without the back door on it for a chipper truck.
Okay.
The chipper truck we got is, I think it's old. It's in its last leg. Last leg.
You've got recycling, right?
That's me. That's me.
Looking on the
Looks
expense
good down
side,
there.
Yeah. Talk to me about operationally, what options we've got there in terms of either increasing revenue or decreasing expenses.
Well, what I can tell you right now is we're not getting any money for any of this stuff. It's dropped ever since COVID. We're giving this stuff away. Honestly, I've talked to Balcones and I've talked to different people over there. They're not giving us anything, nothing. I'm talking, sometimes we've had a load that we've owed money because of the freight for them to come pick up the boxes and stuff. So we're dealing with that at the same time, but it's better. It's starting to move. So I guess China's starting to take, cardboard and paper again and stuff a little bit at a time. So it's coming back, but that place is our trash bin over there.
About this for a while about the recycle facility and, there's been some people that have talked about some regional solutions. I think, I've always had this, maybe it's pie in the sky. People have reminded me that this is not practical because of our alleys and all, but I like a challenge. I think when our waste management contract comes up in a couple of years, I think as part of that consideration, we ought to lump recycling in. That is the marketing window to our town. When people come in 95 and, I know it's a great amenity for the community, not just residents, but the people in the surrounding area use it. I think it's a little bit of an eyesore, even though we probably try to do the best we can to keep it presentable. We have a brand new renovated Brookshire's across the street. It's losing money. We got to find a way, I think, a better solution for recycle. And I would hope that we can find some way to get more community engagement. That is the reason you have a recycle, is so you can presumably recycle stuff. And the best way to do that is to make it as convenient for people. So I'd love to see a curbside option at some point. I know there's technical challenges, but just we've got to try to figure that out, I think.
I really like the recycling center. It's a really good thing. I think, a lot of people do it, and I've got a new hire that just started, but like he tells me, he says, man, I turned my back for 10 minutes to go
Oh,
across the
that-
street and take stuff, and trash is just everywhere. And I've got pictures and pictures and pictures. And I'm like, we try to educate, the citizens of how we do this, how it works, how it goes, but they just want to fight with
Yeah,
us,
and
and they think that we're rude to them, and, and stuff. And we try to help now, when they come in, we try to help them
Well,
unload.
What, what business that has free labor, and I know it's not totally free, we do have an employee, but for a long time, the Methodist men, provided a substantial amount of the labor there. What business that has no rent and occupancy costs and very little, if any, labor costs and still loses money? How is that a good business to be in?
Yeah, to that point, council member, 54,000 is the expense. The revenue was 6,500.
Yeah.
To
So
that.
this is just so you know what this is? You just explained to me a negative revenue number. So we got to make up 50,000 just to get to zero.
That's a revenue problem there.
Yeah, that's a revenue problem. That's another one of those, we're not going to solve this in any magic bullet. We're going to have to find a bunch of 20s and 50s and 100s and 75s and lump them together. And then we're going to have to position for the growth that inevitably will come, but maybe not in the next couple of years.
Well, maybe we need a task force because, 3 years we got to wait until this new rubbish contract gets renewed, which is a great idea. Most cities have that recycling bin. You can put it out, with your regular trash. But now we're going to wait 3 years and we're losing 50K a year. I think we need to come up with some solutions.
Honestly, do too, I think.
And anybody has good ideas, let's start talking about it because that's $50,000 that we're losing every year.
Here's something else you may not have considered. Non-residents utilize that service as much as, if not more, than our citizens.
Sunday afternoon after 5 PM till 11, and my guy's gone. I'm talking, it's bulk. I'm talking bulk. They bring it like it's nothing. They know when we're not there. And I will go down there around Christmas time.
We do, Robert, as a council to help. I mean, do we ask you to come up with a plan for reducing that that loss to zero? What would that look like? Is it a multi-year initiative? What do we do? I'm like Janice, I'd love not to wait 3 years to do it.
Okay.
But that's an easy one, I think, to at least identify. What can we do to help?
Well, like you said, it's a revenue issue. You can consider one, taking it away, and the natives will go restless. It'll be a terrible thing. We have to identify a solution either through waste management or expanding or relocating. The other thing is to, God, don't kill me, charge a fee for recycling to make up the loss.
I'll bet you start charging a fee, you'll see your usage drop considerably.
Definitely,
That's what'll
definitely.
happen. But there was a group of people in town, and I'm sorry if I don't remember. I think Woody may have been one. There was a group of people that went to LaGrange, and there was a group of citizens that some have had some technical expertise in this
I was
area.
there.
Were you part of that
I was
group?
part of that group.
I mean, there was supposedly some ideas. I never attended. I couldn't join the one time I was invited, but was there any ideas that came out of that made any sense? Like getting the county, what about getting the county to help? Because a lot of people in the county are using this that aren't in the city. Is there an opportunity to at least defray some of that loss for an interim period that we can figure out? I mean, it's a great piece of real estate to sell or lease or do something else with, because it's right there in the window.
But let's be honest, it's really not big enough for what we do.
It's really not. We would need way
Because
more space.
The bales that they bill get moved to the water plant.
Yeah, I know. I
And
see them
so-
over there. Yeah.
And we actually this past year moved the metal dumpster across the street, put it behind the building under a gate, because when you went in there, that whole big metal dumpster took the whole area. So now we got a couple little red dump hoppers that they fill with metal, and then he still has to run them across the street and dump. So it's a chore, and it's going to be a little bit more than one person can handle soon, if we don't figure something different out.
One of the things is, and you're right, it's the weekend on from Sunday afternoon on.
Mhm.
And I know that the guy works, he works Monday and Tuesday, they close it down or
Mhm.
whatever it is, so he can fix it. one of the solutions to that, and I'm with everybody, I know that they'll really be upset, is at 6 PM on Sunday evening, close it down. You're still
Yeah,
losing
that's not gonna
money.
help the
Losing
revenue.
money on the
part.
deal.
That's not gonna help the revenue.
We've
part.
got to have a
Yes,
task
that's
force
gonna
to
help.
fix this.
It's gonna help what's happening. with it.
I believe somewhere down the road, we need to change the hours every day. And we need to, I feel, you know, like I said, I don't know whether the days or whatever, but I feel that somewhere down the road, we're gonna have to change the hours and it's can only be open when we're manned. Because the second we leave, it's a done deal.
Do we have any ordinance that restricts the out of town people from coming in?
But how are you going to manage that?
That's why I was hoping that Chief Repka back there would help me with that, but.
My guy would have to
yeah.
sit there and ask for a utility
Well, yeah,
bill or, you know, driver's license, and he just don't have time to do that
Uh,
either.
I'm gonna go back to what Council Lady Bruno said. I mean, I would entertain a task force on this because it's a money pit. And we could come up with solutions prior to the 3-year contract, 2-year. We got 2 years left, 3 years left, and we gotta do something before then. So how do we do that, Robert? Is that an action item later? We'll do it at the next council meeting.
And say as the next council meeting, let's get a group of folks together, whoever would like to volunteer from the council, work with Edward and figure it out.
That has done a lot of work on this. And Edward just said you were part of that group. I don't know if you're prepared or comfortable opining on the quality of that group, but there was a bunch, it was 8 or 10 people, if I remember right.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be, I think it ended up me and Clara and Woody and there was another guy. It was about 4 of us that ended up down there that day. And then it kind of set, we talked one day and then it just kind of went away. Nothing really ever got accomplished. Yeah, we really need to stay on it. We kind of took a tour of LaGrange's, Fayette County's deal, and it was really nice.
Well, do you, Mitch and Janice, do you
Well,
guys?
I
want
mean,
to
I'm
serve?
going
Do
to
you want to serve?
Jimmy, and we just
Yeah.
need to stay on it. I
Well,
mean, you got to have
well,
goals,
who on
objectives.
Who on the council would be willing, a couple people to kind of be part of it? You would do it?
I'll take
Yeah, I want to
Anybody?
help.
Anybody
And
else
we'll
wanna
get
do it?
Woody. I'm sure Woody'd help.
Jimmy?
Yes, I will.
You want to do it, Tyrone?
No.
Why don't we say Jimmy and Tyrone and Janice? And then if they decide they want to add a couple citizens, they can have the authority to do that.
Limit that to 2 people, please, for a walking quorum.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. So let's do that.
Thank you.
Can you roll? You got enough? Can we do Jimmy and Tyrone and you just be a consultant?
Yeah.
Do you want a motion? Can we make a motion or no motions tonight? Okay. All right. Okay.
This is an action item that I will document.
Money, money, money. And last but not least, for my last action item, I just want to give, like I said, kudos to my staff because they keep the lights on when they need to be, night, day, summer, winter, water running, toilets flushing. And they're there. I'm telling you, I don't have issues with them. If something happens and I call them, they don't give me no slack. They go get it done, take care of it, they get back. So kudos to them for being out there.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Housekeeping, we're going to take, look at there, break time. Let's do 15
Thank you.
minutes, come back at 8 o'clock. The restrooms are to the right. If you're a male, there's no urinal.
Robert, can I ask you one question before we break? Because it's going to back up to one of the other
Sure.
slides and I don't want to have to bleed
Okay,
over.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I saved it to the side here. It was back, Jennifer, on, I don't know what page it is. The title is Department Names and Numbers. One of the first slides. The question that I wrote down, and you may have discussed it and I missed it, but I do see, in effect, we've created a materiality threshold for non-budgeted expenses in excess of 1,000 and any cost center require year-end budget amendments. Do we have a materiality threshold established? I know this has been discussed in prior meetings, probably prior to me being up here. Or is there a threshold that triggers pre-approval? Is it at 5,000 or we do not have anything?
There's no threshold.
Okay.
And the thing about trying to track that, it fluctuates. You're not going to know till the game is over, that budget year, until whether you went over, because bills come in after the budget year is done. So she has to make budget amendments well into October, which is why we also hold the meeting a week later, so she can incorporate those budget amendments as part of the audit process, correct?
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break. There's some refreshments in the Okay, council and remaining citizens, it's time to get started again. It's 8 o'clock. Now is the fun part called the yellow sheet review. I was just asked, why do they call them yellow sheets? Well, because in the column where we decide how much we're going to spend, that's yellow. So there you go. What in the packets, and this is also on the website, it's the complete utility fund and general fund expenditures and revenues. It provides information about what constitutes the general and utility fund respectively. I've already gone over that slide, so I'm not going to spend a bunch of time. What I do like about these sheets, it gives you a balance sheet as to what you spent last year, revenue and expenses at a very top level. It gives you the specifics regarding the revenue sources. It provides you a 5-year history of revenue, because that's the methodology with which we utilize to try to forecast what in the world we expect to bring in the coming year. So each of you have these numbers if you want to refer back to them throughout the presentation. You get to a general overview. That was the revenue side with the 5 years. Here are the projections for expense based upon category. And what we're going to do when we say go over the yellow sheets, we're going to go with each of those 22 departments and review the expenditures and what we spent last year versus what we plan to spend in the coming year. There's a column on the far right that will give you the percent increase or decrease for that particular line item. The first one we're going to discuss is Department 100, which is called General Administration. Jennifer is responsible for this as well as myself. I want you to look at, ask any questions about what we're going to spend on these line items. The total proposal of spending is $12,000 over what we spent last year for a total of $456,000. Less, I'm sorry, less, 12,000 less. And I guess for the public, I can try to make this bigger so you can see it. Maybe so. So in this particular department, there are service fees, there are consultants, contracts. Again, just feel free to ask any questions about what the expenditures are for.
So we have a delta in the personnel on the salary side. Is that because we lost a person there, or is that why?
Yeah, basically it's losing Brenda and Jack
Okay,
in those departments.
okay.
Thousand is for the professional. Is there a specific category that's accruing to? We're up 20 grand in professional.
Yes, and I have a breakdown of what compromises that 97,000.
Is it a bunch of places, just a little bit from a lot of
It's-
places, or is it one
It's
event?
like our STW.
Got legal in it?
No, not legal
didn't
in
think
that
so.
line. But if you want to know what it is,
No. I just wondered if there was any one thing. It's not material to me, but I was just curious if it's one big thing or if it's just
It's like
generally across the board.
what we pay for Bastrop County to do our taxes.
Our
and
audit fees in
parkings.
there, right?
The audit fees are
Or
in
is
my
that in your
department,
department?
in my department. But if you look on 610, but
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, just for reference, our administrative, the two departments that we run, administrative and general and utility court, respectively, are Department 100 and Department 610. And we'll get to 610 after we get through the general fund.
Departments that we're going to go through, they all have the assumption that you have for the equity adjustment and the COLAs in them. So what's presented is what's in here. So if we as a council decided we wanted to propose something more, then that would just be on top of this.
That's correct. And the
Okay.
corresponding,
But-
how it's distributed would be adjusted to reflect whatever that
Right.
more might
And
be.
and the police department's numbers are the STEP program is reflected in his budget. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's 100. If there's aren't any questions about what's going on with 100, we'll move on to the finance department. You have questions? I'm sorry. All right, the finance department.
Is this for your extra person that you hired on the finance side?
Yes.
The salaries? Okay.
Salary.
And again, $7,000 request more over last year. With no questions on finance, we'll move to.
Yeah,
the next-
I got one question for
Okay.
Cynthia, because I always see she's so organized when I go visit with her. And you feel like you have enough help because you're highly organized. But I asked you the other day, I guess you're training these other folks to come behind you because you retire when?
Potentially, well, I'll have 20 years in next December.
Right. So you're training these other folks to come behind you. Okay, good.
Yes, succession planning is a huge thing in the whole organization. So I'm really proud of them to find who their replacement is going to be. And their answer, well, who's the best finance director that you have? Well, it's the one I trained. But they'll use you in the military. Okay. 110 PD. So we've already talked about this. If Chief Replica wants to explain, or you can ask any questions of him now. And you can see the delta 237. Yeah. Moving right along, animal control, that's you. That's you again.
Go put my bed up here.
Yeah, we went to a 225 per animal as opposed to a fix. So that's what's reflected in here. Yeah.
That's Miss Anna. The difference here is $5,000 year over year. Hearing no questions, we'll move on to
Tell
The
tell
volu-
me on the fire department. Oh, I thought that was.
you were on courts, now we're on fire department.
Okay, so for my benefit mostly, I know we made an increase in what we pay. It's not very much. Can you tell me where we are today and is there any sense for how that compares to other peer groups? Just out of curiosity, and Tyrone may be able to help us on that, but I know we pay we went from 8 to 10. Is that what we did? $10 a call. How does that compare to other volunteer fire departments?
I don't have that answer, Tyrone. What is Heart of Pines? They're the only other volunteer organization.
I don't have that answer neither.
Yeah.
Well, it seems low to me. I mean, it seems really low. And I mean, I would make a note that when we get to the end, and I don't know if you want us to kind of have a running list of things or you want us to wait to the end, but
running list.
I would definitely spend a little bit of time to try to figure out if we could, what might be an appropriately higher number for that. I don't know what that might be. I'd like to try to find out what other people get paid, but do you have any sense, Tyrone, for what?
Like most departments, you got some of them paid and some of them volunteers. So I really don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Department, you guys have 35 firefighters that are volunteers.
I think on the
Less.
list is like 43.
Okay,
Some-
so you got 43 of these guys and the alarm goes off almost every day in the last 3 months. I mean, we're doing something with the fire department almost every day. And we're gonna pay for a new truck, which I think is awesome, $275K. I'm just wondering if there's anywhere in here I know the equipment's like $17,000 to $20,000 just to outfit one fireman.
Here's
You
an
know-
opportunity. Excuse me to interject. On the utility bills, I never even thought about this. There's $1 that goes to fund the fire department. You could increase that and that would allow you to purchase the equipment that's needed and maybe raise the per call out fee that these guys get. I can also say that Chief Trey Clements has called and said that the board is considering dropping from a minimum requirement of 21 years of age to 18 years of age to try to get more people to attend, because of that 40 some odd count, a lot of those are reserves, retired. We're very fortunate to have these guys. And again, thank you and the rest of the firemen for doing what they do. Okay.
So if there's $2,000 in the payroll and you get $10, is that math right, that we're assuming that there's 200 call outs in the next budget year at $10 a piece? Is that what our assumptions are in this budget?
Hold on. Tyrone, answer.
Well, they're 190 for Tyrone and 10 for everybody
Yeah,
else,
two-
right?
200
But it's
fires
still
with 2
200.
guys going out. That's
I'm just trying to
2,000.
understand the assumptions, because if there's $2,000 and we pay them 10, that's just math. That just assumes that there's 200 call outs, and that could be multiple people for a single call. So it just seems like that would be low to me.
Well, they have a structure about whether you show up but don't go out. You know, you get, there's a spreadsheet, yeah, and how many call outs that they've had. So a lot more this year, but again, what's interesting is the majority of the call outs that they do support are not in town.
So how many paid calls would a typical volunteer fireman go out in a year, just, or a month? I can do the math. You can tell me a month or a week.
Every fire call.
Well, we have a lot of fires in the
Yeah.
summer and not so many in January and December.
I mean, most of our calls too is no EMS.
EMS
Yeah. medical
assist.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get paid for those too, anytime you go out.
Yeah, anytime we go out.
Can we make that an action item, Jennifer, that we follow up and understand the number of calls? And then, Robert, I thought that was, I'd love to entertain that idea that you just had about possibly picking up some revenue coverage, yeah, in the utility bill, just so that we can review it. Yeah.
Is that a voluntary contribution on the utility, or is that a mandatory? There's $1 in there. Yeah, right.
They can remove it.
Yeah. So if we went from 1 to 2, that would increase a mandate. I mean, we'd be getting twice as much each month
Right.
for.
And
okay.
most people don't deduct it from their bill. Some will actually even add.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a 501c3 fire department, correct? So it's a non-for-profit. So it'd be nice to just sort of see what they already have for a budget, because they do get contributions through their fundraising, and I'm thinking some grants possibly. Have we helped them with any grants? I'm trying to think. Yeah, tons. Yeah.
Can the grants
So-
be used for paying them?
Yeah.
The $10?
Well, for
Okay.
During these fires, it was brought to my attention, is there any way we get a fire extinguisher recharging station here? I don't know what that entails, but a lot of farmers and ranchers, welders and stuff, it's hard to get their fire equipment recharged. Is that something we can check into and see if we can, where we would put it, where it would land? I don't know, but how much it costs, what a fire extinguisher recharging station would look like for us to have here for our community. So I don't know.
When I worked at American, we had fire extinguishers everywhere, whether they were water or chemical or electrical. And when you start talking about when they run out, now water can be filled and they don't really have to have a serious certification, but the ones that they have that have to be redone, that get sent out, that has to be done by a major company that has all the insurance and everything else to back them up. Getting a recharging station on that might be hard to do locally.
be.
Bastrop probably has them.
Hydrostatic testing every 6 years is what's required for fire extinguishers, ABC.
Yeah, but you either replace them after
Correct.
that when they run out, or you can send them off and they can be recertified.
And I can tell you the cost of a ABC extinguisher is about $257 a piece.
Yeah.
As you go for Class C for electrical and or a halogen or clean agent,
Mhm.
you're talking $650 a piece, if
Yeah,
not
yeah.
1,000. So I don't know if that's something we want to get into. I know that the Edward and Jack used to.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
it's not cheap. Yeah,
Mayor, if there's any follow-up on that with the people who are mentioning it, as a matter of the convenience, would they be willing to pay a premium for that so that we can cover the cost and create a revenue stream? Yeah, and from when I've had offices in other towns from my business, of course, there's always inspections and if you're, and it's expensive to recharge those.
Next, any more questions for fire department? Next one. Library.
Department 140 Library. Again, you've already talked about what their annuals are. At 471, or I'm sorry, 448. $26,000 delta.
It's mainly for salaries, right? Payroll.
Compliments to your department heads, because in the previous discussions, we've asked most of these questions, so it's pretty easy for us to look at this.
Good. Thank you. Let's talk about 150, if you're done with the library. Let's go to community services, 155. This is one of those things with that I had to cut to help fund the payroll. So what we did, I can't take away the Bastrop County boot camp. That's a set rate that I can't reduce. But all these folks and entities that we have donated to in the past, I recommend cutting them in half by 50%. If you want to reallocate that, and let's find the money to fund them again, and which ones you want to fund, we can have that discussion. In this line item is also hot taxes. And as with economic development, there's a special called meeting on Thursday, the 31st, to discuss those funds. So let's talk about contributions to these nonprofits, and if you think this is the right amount or not.
Will say that the food bank, that's the one I see them every other week. They are completely overrun. I know we don't give them a whole lot, but I would like to see that brought back to the original. They are overrun with whatever to up to it's, see, you've got it up down to 25, and it's now to 1,250. I'd like to see it go back to the original. That's not a whole lot, and like I say, they do a lot of good for the community.
Okay.
What's the water sewer garbage one, Robert?
On community services,
Yeah.
that's just spreading out our facilities, right?
So it's basically taking them, cutting the budget entirely. Or is it cutting it down to 24? Oh, it's just cutting it down by 200.
Yeah, it's
But
just
that's just your-
basing it on what
That's
the
fine.
the
I
previous
misread
history
it.
was.
Yeah, I misread it. I'm sorry. I get it. But the only issue I have with this is, okay, I got nothing against the food pantry. I agree with everything you say. We start reinstating and now we go, okay, how's the food pantry better than CASA or better than CARTS or better than community clinic? To me, $8,000 is a rounding error. If we're going to consider, if we think this is a worthwhile, I would just leave the whole 8,000 and tell the city manager to figure out how to find the money. That's what I would do. That is such a small amount, and that a relatively small amount means a lot to these organizations. So that would be my preference.
I can support that for 8,000.
Playing devil's advocate, that's $3 people raise. So
Yeah.
we'll find the money.
Yeah.
Do you want to raise it? Are you
Robert, I didn't
happy?
hear that. Is 3 people what?
Sorry, $8,000 represents 3 people getting $1 raise.
When you restate it like that?
Yeah, but that's
no,
okay.
I think we need to look at the revenue numbers too. I think one of the things I want to look at is this 5 cent distribution. I know it's on the heels of a lot of lively debate about that 5 cent distribution, but I want to understand, how did we come up with 5 cents? What's the rationale behind it? I know it's been as low as 3.5. It may have been higher. I don't know. I don't have enough history, but there has to have been some sort of rhyme and reason to that. And it's a source of revenue for the city. And maybe it needs to go to 6.5 cents or 6 cents. You know, that's a way that we can potentially generate revenue. Again, back to my point is things cost what they cost. And we have to, as a community, decide what do we want our community to look like? And then, you know, people value what they pay for. And what I'm hearing is all these things are good, particularly our people. So we should pick what that number is and then figure out where you get the revenue and do it just as equitably as you can. Don't take it all from one place, but get a little bit here and a little bit there. And I think everything should be on the table.
The last action we took with respect to a distribution fee was for those who are outside the city limits. We went from 5 cents to 6.5 cents on those folks who get services outside. So if you would like me to go back and take a look at what does a 5.5 cent increase bring us, I will.
And I don't want to make this, I don't want to muddy this or create a lot of work, but some of the feedback following the meeting from the community was, you know, potentially looking at a variable rate for the distribution, where you make the distribution fee, let's call it 3 cents during the summer months, and then you make it 7 cents to where it kind of helps alleviate this. I'll call it the summer shock. I'm not suggesting that is something that you ought to do, but I know Mike Honick, for example, shared that with me at the hospital board, you know, that was something that he had thought of. Other people have too. Just again, I just think that we have these buckets of revenue that, you know, we have some that maybe we don't use today that we need to try to use. We need to find a way to stop losing 50,000 at the, I mean, if we stopped losing $8,000, if we lost 8,000 less at the recycle center, we would have just paid for this line item. It's just an
Yeah.
example.
And the idea that you gave earlier, if we end up instituting that, that would offset all the idea that we talked about earlier about a card. People would buy a card for the recycling center, whether it be 55 to whatever it's going to be. If just 100 people come in and pay, that's going to get us halfway there. That's going to get us at 5,000. We can, and a lot of people from outside of town would pay that because they, like you say, on weekends, they just fill the place up. So it would be worth the effort for them. So I know it wouldn't be for you, Edward, but it still would work out. And we would have to institute somebody checking it all the time.
But in conjunction with his recommendation to man it a certain hours a day,
Mhm.
it's extremely manageable if you have a card.
Yeah.
Either you're a member or you're not.
Yes, sir. And that works. And I think that's how we can move forward with this.
Is that already an action item? Yeah.
Yes.
That's just an awesome idea. It may eliminate the task force. But the question, back to what Tom, you were saying, if the action item might be, Robert, to follow up on if we increase that distribution fee, whatever it takes, I'd rather have a concrete step that we do that's going to generate a predictable amount of money. When we're talking about reinstating $8,000 here, let's go ahead and do a concrete step that might more measurably impact revenue. Does that make sense? I mean, you probably got it in your head. What if we went from 5 cents to 5.5 cents? But
It's $2 million. If you take the 42 million kilowatts that we use and you take it times 5 cents, it's about 1.8 or $1.9 million is what that generates for the city. I used roughly $2 million. Robert said it's a little less, there's a little leakage in there, but you know, call it roughly $2 million at 5 cents and 42 million megawatts, right? 42 million.
Hold on, I'm someplace else right now. Hold
Okay.
on.
But that is what that is. So if you did 20%, so if you added it to 6 cents, 20% of 2 million is another 400 grand. That's my point, is that that's a meaningful way to get $300,000 or $400,000 to fund some extra pay for people and to keep some of these communities.
we're addressing the revenue
Yeah.
element here.
Yeah.
I like it. I think we need to look at it and make what might be hard decisions here, but I think we've set the tone for what we all believe is we've got a revenue issue. And it's not necessarily an expense issue. And this is a topic that we've got to discuss with the community. I understand we need their feedback, but I'd like to see us to take a firm step here. I think we're all agreeing that we've got a revenue problem.
Something
members.
else
I've got something, I'm sorry, I went away because I wanted to calculate that. A half a cent increase in distribution fee is $116,000 of revenue.
Yes.
1 cent,
1/2 of a cent.
1/2. Yeah, that would be about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
'cause I
1
think-
cent is, you know.
Yeah, you
times
got
two.
$250,000 is rough with what I had. It sounds like it's like 230 or 240. Yeah, if you did a half a cent, I mean, a full cent.
So
That's a half.
Half.
That is.
No, I
going
mean,
from
but a half
5 to
penny on
5.5
five
would be
is
10%.
10%. And
Yeah.
if we did 10% on the non-resident, that's at 6.5, so that would go to 7.5.
Yeah, it would, your more bang for the buck is your residents. There's only 65, aren't there? How many, not 68? Yeah, there's 68
Just looking
outside
at an
the-
overall increase.
and it,
1% for everybody. That would be an equal. I mean, I mean, 5% for everybody. So you went from 5 cents to 5.5, and then you went an extra 5% on the 6.
That's what I'm advocating.
Yeah, that way everybody pays a little bit more. And again, this is not meant to try to create profits for the city. And I think that's really important when we talked last time is this is not a profit generator. It generates net, but we use it to fund the general fund like the library and the rec center and community grants and all this other stuff, pay for our employees. And I think we have to say, what is the level of expenditure we think is the right thing? And then we have to find the revenue to kind of match that.
So another area, of course, I was looking at our 2021-22 local sales tax, which was 969,000, and we've dropped to 915,000. And now we're projecting 920. So this whole thing about shopping local is really key. Because in 2021, which was right, of course, you know, during COVID, I understand people were shopping local, but they can continue to shop local. We just have to keep promoting that so that we can generate that sales tax. Right?
Really going to have to address this in the economic development discussion, because when we look at our sales tax revenue compared to neighboring towns, there's something different going on. I know there's explanations for the dynamics, but this is how we have to address it in economic development, is to have that analysis done, and then we develop a strategy. So whatever we decide to focus on to drive that sales tax number, we're focused on it. We wake up every day, and that's what that's however the solution comes out of that meeting next week. But I agree with what you're saying, Janice. That's what we've got to tackle, but we got to have a plan for it.
I think Lori Vincent and all the stuff that she's doing, she has addressed how that kind of fits into the whole deal. And we're supposed to get the deal with her at the end of her whole series. And she may actually address all that. So I think that's really going to tie into what we're trying to do.
all right, to recap,
Find out what are the action items on this?
let me
Yeah,
recap that.
I mean, I think we're
conversation.
talking about looking at doing the numbers, the math on a 5% increase on the distribution across the board for outside the city and inside to see what kind of revenue that would generate.
In addition, you've also asked me to put back the monies to the
Yep.
155 of 8,000. I'll
The
take that.
8,000. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Oh, the member, I've already got that. Yeah. That's, and the fire department, the dollar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're now at Parks and Rec, 150. Proposed increase, 4,000 over spending last year.
54,000.
54,000. I am blind.
54,000. So most of that. And 28
My bad.
28,000 of that's for salaries. So, right, almost half is for salaries. What, okay, you got office operating Christmas, 15K. What are we doing? Oh, that's for the lights. Yeah.
That has to do with, yes, some of the Christmas stuff and our normal operating for Parks and Rec. But what I guess Christmas is more in electrical.
Well, the
I
line.
guess it was
says
in there for
Christmas.
back when we did the nativity scene down on Main Street, but I don't think we don't have that property no more. So I don't know if it's ever gotten taken off of just Christmas.
What do you have in your bridge? For Christmas,
5420.
the detail.
So what's going on at Clyburn Park on the 10 acres as far as the restrooms and so forth up there for the Little League? Do we have funding for helping out with that? I know Jill, you were going after some sort of a grant, I think, too, for the restrooms at Clyburn Park. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 10 acres.
Yeah, so we've met with Alan Butler, and Edward and I met to talk about the situation there. I guess the Lions Club had raised some money and we're confirming that that's the location, that is the Little League field that they want to look at, spend the money on. Alan Butler is going to help us to find the estimates that we're going to need from that. I don't have until I can't go after a grant until I know how much money is we did go after something a while back, but that was not related to the concession stands. So yeah, you may have seen it. We didn't get that grant. That was for a playscape up there. So we didn't go after a grant for for this project specifically, but once I get a budget and I know how much money to go after, then I can try to shop it around and see how we can pay for it. In addition to what the Lions Club provided and whatever else that Edward's got in his budget for it. Oh, and thank you to the Lions Club.
Thank you to the Lions Club. Yes.
Lions Club, I haven't got the information yet, but there's also a grant through Lions Club International for parks. And so I need to follow up getting that information, and that could be a little bit more money to add to the pot too for the baseball fields.
I need to backtrack because I may have missed the conversation on that Christmas line where there's a $15,000 increase. Do we know what that is? And I'm asking because we're talking about taking measures to increase revenue, but we need to scrutinize the expense side too.
Well,
Okay, action item.
yeah, I guess we could put it there. I mean, mainly a lot of this is our normal operating for the parks. This is, weed eater strings. This is, paint for dirt. It's for, stuff that they normally operate, and everything's just gone up in price everywhere. So, I mean,
Where do you put mulch, Edward?
we brought that in down here on the MLK Sportsplex.
That's not ADA mulch, unfortunately. You have to have ADA compliant mulch for our playgrounds. It's gotta be cleaned.
Is that line 5420?
I'll have to look it up because.
Okay, so the action item is y'all will look at that for us. And
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a look, because also too, Jack was really good about 5420. He liked that number. That was a good number. So a lot of stuff got put in there.
It's
Parks and Rec Center.
On the rec sports programs. And Ashley answered the question. Hey, do you sell those? I'm sorry. Do you sell those t-shirts, or they're given away when they come to the events? Well, for your color run, you said you bought t-shirts for the run, and because it's $5,000, I just wondered, do you try to make selling them, or they're given away? As they
Well, so the
participate?
color run, the participants would get a shirt. It's
Okay.
included in the price, but the color run is just kind of expensive with all the supplies. I mean, all the powder and stuff like that. It's just a slightly more.
Talking to the mic, please.
Oh, I thought it was. It's just a slightly more expensive run than what we normally do. A lot of our fun runs we buy shirts and that's pretty much it. And then so it's a little bit of profit. The color run is something where we're just trying to build to really make a,
Okay.
big one. And of course that takes a little money. But all the other, like the shirts and stuff are just kind of all included in the registration prices. So depends on what it is, depends on how much.
Did you
profit we
get your
make.
bleachers?
They're not here yet. They'll be here like November. Okay. So they're in the works.
Well, she's getting them. I just wondered if they
Yeah, I
came
got
in
'em.
yet.
They're just not here yet. They're in production.
We're gonna try to
Yeah.
auction off the old ones too. Or
That's me. Me and Tyrone.
So the
Councilman
reason,
Washington.
the reason why we have 122 there, 122,000 is because we're using the $3 million tax note
Yes,
to
ma'am.
make up the difference. Very good. And so everything you've got here, chipper truck, sewer pump truck, you want all those things.
I do.
And
I,
then
we, what I don't want, we
miscellaneous
need
tools and
is,
equipment for 100K. You sort of have that lined out of what you need. on
yeah,
miscellaneous
that's just a lot of
tools,
miscellaneous, good
miscellaneous.
chainsaws, trailers, utility trailers, good things that come through, special tools, mowers.
I understand. I've been to your warehouse. Yeah, okay.
Want to see a 5420 on here?
Dude, it's
Christmas
on there.
line?
It's 5420s on that one. I don't know. He never used that one. I don't know why.
Where?
Yeah. Yeah, it's in there. We spent $3,443 already.
Good note next year. too.
The Christmas.
And Edward again. Go ahead. Next.
Next one is solid waste.
That'd be
That you
me.
too? Okay.
Contract. Oh my God, it went up 57,000. When I'm at TML, I'm gonna be really hunting down these folks and trying to get a good price.
yeah, and y'all shot him down like a dove in October. 8%. Nope. Bye.
They sure did too.
This one, it's enforcement and inspections.
Oh, right.
Is that you too?
Actually, that changed. That's under,
If you're gonna switch people, Edward Wade, just-
Don't go far, just stay up there.
I've been wanting to ask this and I didn't know where it goes. See, click and fix.
See, click, fix.
How's that doing? I think we've been promoting it there's getting more action. You've got the resources to keep up with it?
Yes,
And there's
we,
no backlog. I'm getting asked I think that the response time is really getting there. But what's your opinion of that?
they're doing really, really good on it and they're getting better at not just using the basics in there. Hey, thank you for putting this work order in. We got it and it's done. They're taking more pictures now. They're talking to the members, they're calling, they're scheduling and everything with them. The only problem we have is the education to the citizens. We do have a leaf and limb route date, or days, for them to do on their routes. We get a lot. And I mean, I say a lot, we get a lot of, I got a pile of limbs to pick up, please pick up. Well, we're coming. We know it's your day. We know your day's on Wednesdays. You got it in the alley. We're picking it up.
And we see that it's one of the wonderful perks of being on city council. We see all of this see, click, fix notifications. And so we do notice that.
I
So
do too.
that's an education thing that I don't know if where this goes, because it would have been Andy, but we push out the information through Nextdoor, Facebook, and the city website and a variety of things. And I think, Robert, you put the map in the back of, yeah, we just need to get that out. And Yeah.
Okay.
We've done I don't know. I haven't checked on David a lot lately. I've seen I always see every work order that comes in, but I've asked him, hey, when they do put stuff in, educate them, tell them what day is their route. Let them know, we'll be there. If they're not there that day, then let us know something or whatever.
This is positive feedback.
Yes.
And I've certainly started to.
And and it's getting a lot. I've seen it improve a lot here in the last 6 or 7 months. If we can just keep the trucks running and the chippers moving, we're good. That's where we're going. That's where we're headed, that way.
Any other questions?
So that
I'll
was
be-
the, you want more equipment, you want more of that bond money is what you were saying. What was that?
His
Okay.
campaign, campaigning hour is
Okay.
over.
I'll be
I think
back.
We're on to cemeteries. Are you cemeteries?
No, we're back to code enforcement,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
but
skipped you.
I'll be back.
Didn't we? Come on.
Yeah, code enforcement was
175.
reassigned to under Jennifer in City Hall because we do a lot of interaction with code enforcement here at City Hall.
Yes. And that's Lisa. She's up, we've got her moved into her desk up front, and so she's doing awesome, getting some letters out, and
Contract.
she's
Right.
not under, she's
She-
a full-time employee.
She's a full-time employee.
So what is the contract labor, other professional?
Those are gonna be for mowing a lot that they have not
Oh.
responded to, and it's above the 12 inches and. they're
And
just not-
demolition.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
demolition, yes. Yep.
Right. Wow. Okay.
Any cases right now do we have in the court system about people not cleaning their streets or their lot being,
I'd
shouldn't be
have
like
to
it
look at
is?
her report that she did. I know it was in the council packet, but I know she saw 2 or 3 just today. Anna did. They are repeat offenders.
Repeat offenders.
I shouldn't probably say that, but there's been a handful that we've gotten to that have gone to the court.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, she gone. Next. All right, cemetery. That was it. People are just dying to get in there. Any questions on cemetery?
Edward, are y'all planning on paving all that out there?
Yes, that's my best answer, but it's gonna be tough. Are we gonna make it in this where we've had it scheduled on our budget? I want to, but I don't know if we're gonna end up having enough time and before it start cooling off. So we still have a few more roads left and our maintainer's down right now, so may need to borrow one for a little bit.
Can we borrow the counties?
Yeah, and it's seriously in all means, it's our last resort and we're trying to find the part to get it fixed so we can get it back up and running. But if it doesn't, that's going to come down to, we might have to see about getting some help to finish at least the ones we got. We do have Mount Pleasant done. Well, it's not chip sealed yet, but it's set up and it's ready to go.
Come talk to me, where,
I got you.
talk about the
Okay.
maintainer.
Any other questions on cemetery? Next one is airport.
That would be me.
Any questions for the airport? Robert has a plane for sale.
I noticed the line on 5420 is 0.
What? There's a.
Yeah. Zero change, but yeah.
5420, yeah. Christmas. Okay.
Yeah, the biggest expenditure here is mowing. We have
Yeah,
contract labor to
mowing.
mow the
But it always looks nice.
Sandy. Yeah. I'm also engaging contract services from Mr. Sandy Meyerson to help do some of the things that he does. He's the mayor of the airport and really depend on him to help me keep things knowing what's going on there. In addition to our cameras that the Chinese now have. It's good to have Sandy there. And the whole airport advisory board and the aviators, that's an asset that we are working to improve per our development plan. Part of the tax note, you'll see a $100,000 hit for, I'm sorry, a $150,000 hit for replacing the lights, the PAPIs and the runway lights with LED, more efficient lighting system. That's a 90-10 grant. So Text dot Aviation is going to provide, the 1.5 million, and our match is 150,000. That's 2 years out though. So I'm using the tax note to fund the match. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Mayor-
what's I'm sorry,
go
just
ahead.
real quickly, you talk about mowing. We have a hay contract with Herta and he's supposed to mow that. Is that number netted out? Is that just?
Well, he mows the not prime real estate.
Okay.
The contract that the contractor we have mows 25 feet out for the runway and taxiway and all around the city-owned hangars.
That's what that is.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Herta contract is for all the rest of it.
Opportunity for you is to do the hay yourself next year.
Edward.
$200,000 of top line revenue, $200 a bale.
There was
leave
an
it.
individual once, Mr. McKenna said that we should grow marijuana out there, but that's a whole nother topic.
Oh, Mr. McKenna.
Is there any plans to like, I know later down the road to refurbish the pilots lounge and the restrooms out there?
Yeah, that's
So that
part,
we can hold events out there?
well, God love the airport advisory board and all the friends of 84R. They put their own money in and with some help from us under special projects to renovate the pilot lounge now. You should have seen it 3 years ago. Yeah, it's awesome.
is
We get all kinds of compliments about it.
And we also give people who fly into our airport a courtesy vehicle to drive around.
We have
and
two.
We have 2 vehicles there. And so next time Mr. Sandy Meyerson speaks at Lions Club, you should hear him tell stories about people that borrow those cars. They're pretty cute.
Mhm.
I'll invite all of you.
Okay.
All right, anything else on the airport? Next. Grants and economic development.
You want to do, okay, you can just do general stuff. So she's 9,000 less from last year.
Do I have any questions for Jill? We're all good? Okay, Jill, you did good. All right, maintenance, where's our maintenance?
Edward, back up.
You're gonna get your, do you have one of those watches that count your steps? Good.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh, I'm,
Got all the notes.
5420.
5420 right here.
5420 Christmas, okay. Any questions for Edward?
This is primarily Brad, by the way, our
This is
Our mechanic.
This is our, this is our mechanic shop. Wall sprays, stuff like that for everybody. It kind of sorts out, but it all comes to the maintenance building shop.
Y'all were asking about head count and we took this out actually to have Brad have a helper. He's one individual that does the fire department, the PD, all of our trucks. So Edward had wanted that, but I yanked it.
He ixnayed that.
Hmm,
So something to think about in the future.
all right.
Robert, are we getting ready to go into utility fund?
Yes, sir.
You care if I make a couple comments before we go into that section?
Not a problem.
I was making some
Thank you.
notes here as I was listening. I think, we're looking at action items. I think we need to all be very thoughtful about opportunities to generate revenue. So I made just some comments here. I know we talked about the distribution fee being one, and without taking a position definitively on any of them, just throwing stuff out that could be considered. We've got this concept of recycle membership card. We've got the distribution fee. I know we're getting ready to come up with a short-term rental ordinance. When we have businesses come in and apply for zoning or apply for building permits, and there's a lot of feedback of it'll generate crime or it'll generate traffic and noise. There's a trade-off to everything. When we have opportunities to approve economic development projects, those are the types of things that generate the revenue potentially that helps fund some of these things. So when we look at short-term rental, we don't have hardly any hotels. I think there's the one up on 71, but we don't really have hotels in town. We have Katie House and we have arguably 40 or 50 short-term rentals. About 15 of them are actually paying the hot tax is my understanding. So when we look at ordinances and things, doing things to promote economic development are just one of those, arrows in the quiver. Every little bit helps us. More downtown events. And I know some of these are sacred cows, but things like the 4th of July event, Jamboree, things that happen at Riverbend that could happen downtown that generate sales tax and things in the city. I don't know all the economics. I'm not suggesting that I'm taking a position. I'm just saying those are the types of things we ought to think about. We've heard a lot in the last 30 to 60 days from local businesses about help us. We're having to close. Businesses are closing down. Robert, something that has been done before. I don't know what we have in terms of capacity. We know growth is coming. What about pre-selling some LUEs at a discount to some developers? That might be something of value. It might generate some cash.
Yeah, before I can do that, I have to know how many I have.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
just throwing it out there as ideas for things to consider. If we are able to generate a lot of excess capacity, not saying an unlimited supply, but it might be that we go to some developers and say, here's an opportunity to pre-purchase some LUEs at 50% of what will charge you and get some chunk of cash in. And it might, when they already buy the LUEs, it kind of incents them to do something with them. Just a thought. Obviously garbage and water fees, you already have that kind of built into your budget. Let me see what else I had down here. We had the haul off, we had airport events. I can't read my writing on this other one, so I'll just assume it was.
While you're talking about events, I neglected to tell you that the fireworks are not in the budget this year. If you want me to put them in, speak now.
I'd sent a request. I don't know if y'all sent it back. What was the actual expenditure this year?
25,000 was the cost for the fireworks themselves, of which there was contributions made to defray that cost. I put it against ARPA. So that 12,000 and some change that we got in donations is back in the ARPA line item. Okay.
What is the cost of the 4th of July event?
$25,000
Total, because I had
To
it
the
at
city.
40 in my head.
No. Just the fireworks.
That's the firework cost.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
The
that's-
cost of the event is greater. There's another roughly 10,000 to 15 that is in the event on top of that. I think it was something like 30 or 35,000.
The first year we did it was 40,000 and then.
Because I know the chamber contributed like 4,000 or something. We'll just talk about this year because I that's the one I'm most familiar with. Is there was about 12.5 raised. The chamber, I think, had 4,000. The city used some ARPA dollars. So maybe it's 30,000. I mean, roughly, that's a good estimate. And yeah. Okay. So, and we talked about in the future, considering a drone as opposed to a traditional combustion. There's some benefits. The disadvantages are it's not kind of the boom bang traditional fireworks, but it eliminates the risk of a burn ban and not being able to do the events, which is always a risk. The other is it could potentially be moved downtown or closer into the core of the city if you don't have combustible fireworks. Those are just things. So you have to, I think, declare, do you want to do, because about twice as much, if I remember right, or half to do the drone show. It was like half the price, 10 or 12,000 versus 25.
That may have gone up, so I'll have to verify. But here's what's driving this is the people who run the show, they're already booking now and they want to answer. So I haven't let them know yet. You have to pay half up front.
I don't think when she sent the email, she didn't put a number on it. She just asked if she was booking up, did we want July 4th? And she needed an answer and that was. pretty
And
well-
all of those decisions will
Now,
change the price. On the 4th, it's always more expensive.
Yes.
So again,
So
it's
I don't
something that
think we sent her name is Miss Caroline and I don't believe we sent her back an answer. We were going to.
I mean, I think
my
you ought to
response-
do the research on the drone and present what are the options so people can decide, do we want drone or do we want combustion?
So make that an action item.
Yeah. I
Paul,
would
yeah, I mean,
definitely-
I support what you've done. And I think my response to that email was, if we're going to do it, I think I put July 6th or whatever is the choice, but I said, based on what we're having to do during this evaluation of the budget, I'd rather see us spend that money elsewhere, depending on what that was. So I don't mind evaluating, putting it back in, but I don't really understand the cost.
I know the private funds that were raised, that 10,000 to 15,000 could be raised again. So if you ended up going with a production that was in the $10,000 to $15,000 range versus 25,000, i.e. a drone or something like that, you could conceivably have that totally funded by private donation. So I think we need a 4th of July event, whether or not it's a downtown or whether it's, drone, the drone downtown, you could better integrate the parade. I know that was one of the challenges this year was people didn't know when the parade was, where it was going to be. It was kind of disconnected. I would love to see the whole event be more focused in one geographic area and have the parade, even if it might be managed by a different group, at least better coordinated. Yeah, being downtown and better coordinated and been done at a time when it wasn't 300 degrees.
That gives more of an opportunity to generate measurable tax revenue because we keep the people in town to spend money. And one of the complaints that we get, well, that we're gonna do it on July 6th. Yeah, it's a Saturday. I mean, that was my recommendation. We'll have to pick a date if we're gonna do it. I'm just talking about if doing it out at Riverbend like it is, I don't know that we can measure the impact. It's a great community event. I'm not discounting that. We're looking at revenue opportunities and we want to drive sales tax revenue. So if we move that event to a Saturday and downtown where we
Well,
can generate tax revenue,
you-
sales tax revenue,
yeah, and-
measurable sales
You
tax. revenue.
integrate the parade better, and you also close Main Street and do a concert on Main Street after it's over. So you have all the same elements that you have, other than you don't have a combustion event, you have a drone event. And I mean, it's just, I think it's a good idea to consider.
Clear up the point that there is no money in the budget for fireworks system is what at this point, there's no money for it.
And
Or
our,
no money allotted.
and our response to the company, Big Dog Pyro, as to whether we're going to do it or not. So. Okay.
I'll make a motion. Can we make a motion? No? Oh, darn it.
No.
Okay,
well,
fireworks are out.
I would check.
Is that there's alternate days besides the 4th, that if we wait a few weeks until we get a little more clarity on this, that there'll be some date that we could do if we decided to do that. The other is you could just put a place marker of $5,000 or 10,000 and we could, just say we're only going to do it if we can raise the private fund.
And again, there could be some ARPA residual that could cover
Maybe.
that. So, all right,
We'll look at that. Okay. On to the next item in the book.
we're at now the utility fund, Department 610 administration. That's Jennifer again and myself. Contract.
And I have to apologize. That report for the code enforcement officer did not get into your packet, so I'll send that out. I apologize. No, it was me. Sorry. I know.
Move on.
No questions? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Now we're at 6:20.
Here for a little bit. Yeah. Stuff's expensive,
Yeah, 20K, right?
20K.
And
And
then
a lot of that too, all of that comes into if any, subdivisions or whatever coming through or whatever. Costs a lot for pole line material, underground cable, a lot of stuff.
Or variance is just everything's costing more money.
and the tree trimming. Because everybody's calling you when it's over the line and you're having to come out and
Yeah, we actually
Okay.
went up this year on our, McCoy's comes every year for 2 weeks. And LCRA bids that out to them and it actually went up this year.
got a Christmas line again, but there's nothing in it.
That is Christmas though. That's where they take all the Christmas lights and the electric crew and
Yeah, but you
all
don't
the
need any
good
money,
stuff.
so that's.
Let the record show, we're going to remove item 5420. Christmas is gone. 5551. They've been taught well.
How are you-
I just say it, I just say it. I had to
How
throw
are
that
you
in. I had
able
to
to-
throw that in there real quick, but all right.
Ed, how are you able to come off of the transformers? I mean, those things are really expensive, but you were able to, you got some in stock?
So I guess a little story on that. Back in the day, we used to do a consignment. So Techline would come and they would just drop off a whole bunch of transformers. They'd sit in our yard. And as we used them, we'd send off and pay for them. Well, then it got really rocky and they were like, well, hey, we dropped all these transformers off. And this was about 2 or 3 years ago with Jack. And I was like, no, they didn't drop these transformers off. And then we fought them and fought them and fought them over it and cleared that all up. So now we just buy as we need. Go here.
Your subdivisions.
Yeah. And our subdivisions.
Some of that is in there built in.
Yes,
for
I
that.
have a subdivision with transformers sitting in my yard right now, ready to be.
Any issues getting transformers if you.
Not right now, not right now. And I've got Alamo and Greenville that they come by and they pick up all our salvage and man, they're quick to, hey, we can rebuild for you. And we actually just bought like 5 25 kVA transformers that usually cost us probably $2,500. We got them for about 500 and something bucks a piece rebuilt.
Divisions are resurrected and come back online. We've got, that's in the budget or that's going to be an additional cost.
Well, no, we have the transformers here already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So mostly going forward, if Robert, when he takes care of them, most of the time they'll pay for them. Ching, ching. Turn the page.
Edward, how are we on water pressure around town, just in general?
The water pressure is good. There's been some spots people have called and we've gone to check on and everything, but I don't know if their dial's different than ours, but everything's running perfectly
What's our
fine.
minimum? What's our standard for minimum?
60 PSI.
I've had a couple of lawn service companies
Yeah.
tell me that they're people that have what I thought was the common factor is that their timers are set to go off. They start at 6 in the morning. And so there seems to be like a low pressure period there. Has anybody come to you with that? And is that possible that if you've got a bunch of people on a timer that are watering their yard all of a sudden? Because the sprinkler heads aren't coming up.
Yeah.
There's not enough pressure.
I mean, that would be probably one of the utility ladies, deal to look back or something, run some kind of
I
report.
guess they didn't do it.
But yeah, I mean, I would imagine that they would. I don't think nobody wants to water their yard at 2 PM. So I would imagine
Right.
either sometime late at night or early in the morning, everybody's coming on.
Right. So that's possible. All of a sudden,
it
a bunch
is.
of timers are set and it could reduce the pressure.
And it could, yeah.
So
I
the
mean,
solution would be change the timer settings instead of everybody turning it. And I'm talking to a lawn and landscape company that manages that, tell them to go stagger your start times instead of because they told me they're all set at the same time. And I'm talking about 8 or 9 yards. I
If
just didn't
they're-
know if that was a possible.
if they're on the same
explanation.
main line, yes,
Yeah,
they need to
okay.
probably stagger them. Thank you.
Okay, now we're at the portion where we ask for citizen comments. If anyone signed up, they can speak now.
On down, Monica. You have to tell us your name and where you live and
Monica Poss, 705 Hudgens, The Messy House. Three things. One, question for Robert. If the bleachers weren't safe enough to continue to use at the rec center, how are they safe enough to auction off to someone in the public? Two, that sounds like a liability issue or certainly not safe for someone. Two, on Cynthia's chart was some succession planning. And I know last year, I think we discussed briefly succession planning for Robert, and I'm wondering what the succession plan is there. I hope Robert's around for another decade or more, but if he gets hit by a bus, we're kind of screwed. So he's got a lot in his head. So it'd be really nice to know what's the plan is there. And I get asked that a lot, but I have no way of knowing. And lastly, the tax note, there's $500,000 earmarked or proposed for new lighting fixtures downtown. And while I'm sure they'd be very pretty, and I am a huge supporter of the Dark Skies Initiative, that doesn't put heads in beds and it doesn't increase revenue, and revenue has come up again and again and again tonight. So I would like to see $500,000 go towards improving all those vacant buildings downtown. Our downtown has pretty streets, nicely striped. It's very clean. We've got the gorgeous Christmas lights and half the buildings are empty. If we can get those buildings filled downstairs with retail, upstairs with residents, that increases our property taxes, it increases our sales taxes. It makes our downtown a much more thriving area where more visitors will want to come, more residents will want to come rather than going out of town to shop. So I'd like to see $500,000 put towards that, and I can suggest how. So we keep talking because I might run out of 3 minutes. I have heard people mention vacancy taxes or a demolition by neglect ordinance, and I think both of those are critical, but those are both sticks. We need carrots as well as a stick. I have seen other cities offer a matching grant. It could be 25%, it could be 50% of whatever a property owner of a vacant building, not an occupied building, spends on improving their property. And we could put a limit on it, say up to $50,000. We could say the property has to have been vacant for at least 12 months and they have to have the property occupied within 3 to 6 months of completion. So, or they don't get their matching funds. That gives us a thriving town. That gives us more revenue opportunities. I would love to, and I know we've got Lori Vincent and the economic development, and I know we've got a review of ordinances coming and the big plan we're doing, but all of that seems to take forever. And I would like to propose that I head a citizen task force. One of you can be on it. I suggest Mitch. And we look at what some other towns have done, and we get back to you in 30 days with proposed use for that $50,000, an estimate of what it's going to do to our revenue in town, and drafts of the ordinances that can help us. Thank you.
Let me give you some clarification regarding anything spent with a tax note. It has to be spent on city-owned properties or facilities. So I can't get that in your hands as a downtown.
Okay, then we
So-
won't take it. But how about if you spent that $50,000 or $500,000 in other places of the budget and move the $500,000 from there to the tax note?
As I said, the items on the tax note can be changed. That was just placeholders and ideas, because one of the grants we have is going to tear up every corner on Main Street from First back to 7th. And those lights are going to have to come down. So the decision is going to have to be made. Do you replace them with something that looks similar? Do you take the opportunity to fix the lighting now? That was just an option. If the council directs otherwise, we can move that over to buy a fire engine, something more. That's the beauty about the tax note. Yes. So I don't know if I answer your question.
Sorry, I talked so
Side note, the
fast.
tax note tonight, we still have time to really
Again,
digest.
those were ideas.
We have three years to
What?
spend it.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
later.
As I said, you're declaring the amount of money, what you spend it on, as long as it's in those categories, you
Okay.
can change up. I've repeated that
Yeah,
many
you have.
times.
You have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 3 years is what you have to spend 85% of those monies. Okay? Yeah. Bleachers, Ashley, they're safe, but they need massive repair that we can't afford, correct? What did you say about the bleachers? My microphone?
How is that safe to sell to a member of?
You- On an auction site. It's not going to the public. It's going to a government buy board. Yeah. And it's an opportunity.
Can
Maybe
y'all
nobody wants
repeat
it.
Ashley's answer because the public didn't hear it? And I
Yeah.
think it's,
Ashley, microphone, please. Yes, ma'am.
So with the bleachers, I mean, they're 20 years old. There's no like safety railing in the middle. Like the steps, just because over the 20 years they have been, mistreated or whatever. So when they're pulled out halfway and people sit on them, it's starting to like sag some of the wood. So it's just over time, they're just dwindling down. And when someone walks on them, you can just see the whole thing like go like this. And it's like at some point, because we know it's not the safest thing for at least our citizens, like it had to be replaced. Because then if something did happen, they'd be like, well, you knew that they were, 20 years old and falling apart.
Probably a
Like that.
bad choice of words for me to sell it to the citizens. That's not what I meant. Buy board. It goes on buy board. And there are some communities that want to purchase that at a very low rate and refurbish it.
Correct.
So we may get 5,000, we might not. But if we do, that's 5,000 more revenue we didn't have.
And to clarify, I wasn't against replacing the
Yeah, yeah,
bleachers,
good.
just reselling them.
Yep. Okay, next steps. There's a lot of action items. I'm gonna do my best to capture them. Jennifer, if I miss something, please let me know. Salary survey. Tim. Okay. Oh,
I'm sorry, we were just discussing because we didn't respond to her request for creation of a task force, did we?
oh,
Can I make
sorry.
a comment here? About 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, I had similar and still have the similar views that Monica has about the vacant buildings and the storefront. And arguably we have fewer businesses downtown today than we did a couple years ago, which is unfortunate. It's part of the discussion we've been having about how we change that. I personally spoke to 80% of the building owners. This is private property. They don't want to do anything with it. I don't know how big the carrot would need to be, but I do think it warrants consideration for, hey, if there was an opportunity for us to offer a carrot, and I don't know what that would look like. I don't know if it qualifies for 380. I don't know, but it's certainly improving our main street and our downtown, I think, is a critical economic development focus for the city. There's a lot of things we could do. Lighting's one thing we could do. I would love to see us do a much, much better streetscape with large planters and oak trees and things that create some sense of, just attraction to Main Street. I drive by the airport, at least 2 times a day going out and then coming back. The airport is one of the nicest, best manicured piece of property anywhere. I mean, it's always mowed, it's always trimmed. The crepe myrtles are beautiful. And then I come down and I walk from my house across the street, and there's countless cracks in the sidewalk with Johnson grass growing up in the old, Tiger Gym. You walk down Main Street and there's antique furniture blocking people's way. There are some things we could do to improve Main Street aesthetically, as well as some of the things that Monica mentioned. So it wouldn't take much, Edward, it wouldn't take much, but a little focus to try to make our Main Street look like our airport property does. If you did that, it would be really a cool improvement. And I don't think it would take a lot of money. Keep the Johnson grass out of it.
You gotta come
Well,
on, Mike.
I won't be long. Improving the sidewalks and putting trees down there would be great. It'd make everything prettier. But the question is, why would we go? What is there to do? I mean, there are a few restaurants, they're great restaurants. There are a few shops, they're interesting, but half the buildings are empty. Trees and no cracks in the sidewalk don't bring more people downtown to do things. New businesses like the ice cream shop bring people downtown. We need to provide incentives to do that. And you make a vacancy tax high enough, or the stick big enough and the carrot big enough that
I'm
people
not, but
will
I'm
do
not so
something?
sure vacancy tax is constitutional, Monica. I've investigated that along with some of the others. You know, you can have, there's a lot of different, California has tried it. A lot of communities have tried it. In some cases, it's prevailed just long enough for people to garnish enough money to get the lawyers to get it overturned. I'm all for creating incentives, but I'm also pretty libertarian when it comes to private property rights. And it's unfortunate, but they do own that property.
Oh,
And-
and I agree. And in some
And if
cases,
they
they're
want it-
letting the
as long as
properties
it's not a
fall
health and
apart.
safety issue, then it's their property. And at some point, the economics in this town is probably going to be driven by population. At some point, there's going to be enough people here that restaurants can be open 5 or 6 days a week, not just Thursday through Saturday. And until you see that, I'm not so sure the economics are there, no matter how much incentive you give them. And I'm with you. I would love to see it, but throwing money at it.
Okay,
you've
well,
got
according to
existing
you,
business-
no one will take up on the money. So
but-
what's the harm in
but
trying?
you've
Because right
got it-
now we're doing nothing.
You've got existing businesses today that are open, restaurants that, with the exception of Front Room, Cammie's at O World, you know, she does breakfast and lunch, but not dinner. Comfort's open 2 days. There are restaurants that aren't open full time. So the market, these are people that are already business people that are established and they're not running full hours. And so I can only assume they're not running full hours because they don't think it's profitable. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I would just assume that if there was enough business there to be open 6 days a week or 7 days, and, you know, the Front Room, their prices haven't changed as far as I know in forever. I think that's a subsidized business. I mean, I just think that that's being run at a level that's there as a community service. I mean, it just is what it is. They don't probably have real estate costs. I don't know what the dynamics are, but just look around and see how many businesses have closed.
I will, but the businesses that are closed are mostly additional antique
But do you think
stores
it's-
and
but do you think it's
additional
because-
restaurants.
Do you think
Where do
it's
you buy
because
your
there's not a
shoes?
grant for the front facade?
I'm not talking about a facade. I'm talking about rehabbing a building. So
Do
it
you
can
think that's why
be
there's
put
no
to
more
purpose.
businesses?
I think that that is part of it. And I think that it's because the building owners don't want to do anything. So what I'd like to see us try to do rather than nothing is create both a carrot and a stick. What those carrots and sticks look like, for sure, I don't know. All I'm asking is that you let me put a group of people together to try to make some proposals, see what works in other towns. Even LaGrange has a more vibrant downtown and they're the same size as we are.
Well, they have major highways, 2 of them going right through too, 77 and 7. There's a difference. And it's the same example somebody brought about Taylor. They've got an $20 billion AMD facility. You can't compare Smithville to these towns. I mean, they're just not the same. This town's going to prosper, I think, economically when the Austin growth out 71 eventually gets here. And I don't know if y'all noticed, I did today. You cross over the bridge in Bastrop just on the east side, and that realty sign that was on the right now has contract pending. You can see if you do a little research, it is checkerboarding coming 71. I mean, it's coming this way. It may not be here in the next year or 2 years, but it's coming this way. Once we get some heads, I'm all for it. I mean, I would love to support something. I'm just trying to be realistic. I talk to these property owners downtown and they're like, you know, this has been in my family for 3 generations. I store all my stuff in there. Why would I want to do that? I don't need the money. What am I going to do? I mean, if you gave me 50,000, I still wouldn't do it.
I don't know which property owner you're talking to where it's been in the
Well, I'll take
family
it
for
offline
20
with you. and I'll give you
generations or
my-
so,
I'll
but
share
there
my-
are
I'll
plenty.
share my
There are
notes.
plenty that
We
have
can-
purchased in
we
the
can
last
have a
15
discussion.
years.
We can
I'll
have a
share my
discussion
notes.
about this, Monica, and I appreciate everything you bring to the table. That's important for us to cipher through. Mitch, do you?
I understand and share Monica's sense of urgency. Part of the reason that we're having the special meeting next week where we're going to talk about economic development and the hot tax is because we need to have a focused plan. I think what you're talking about tends to be a subset of an overarching plan that we don't have yet. So I've been impatient about this and I know that you are. If we could just wait a little bit longer till we can get into this economic development strategy, then we can tactically do stuff like if we're going to focus on downtown. We don't even know where we're going to focus to drive growth yet. So I understand your sense of urgency. I'm not sure that it's time to do that yet. Maybe coming out of this meeting next week, we decide, okay, let's create a task force that goes and attacks A, B, C, and D. And what you're talking about may be one of them. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I
Thank you.
do understand the sense of urgency.
Thank you. Okay. Robert, what's the next item?
Um,
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we had another one. Oh, she said it just, I apologize.
Indicated that to her because I have a question.
people on, yeah, turn it on, turn it on, turn it on, hit the button. Sorry. There you go.
It's late. It's past my bed.
It's fine.
Nancy Catherine, 1003 Nichols, Smithville. I've been thinking about this and I have a question to ask. And since everybody's here, one of the things that will bring revenue into the city that the city and planning and zoning through planning and zoning has already approved 3 subdivisions that nothing's happening right now. And I'm curious as to what is the status of them. There's been plats given to the city and I think the city's been working with them, but this has been going on for a long time. And I guess I'm just being a nosy neighbor, but how many homes would be added to our community with these 3? And when is it going to happen?
Most of
There's
the,
2 of the
well,
involved with the developers there.
I'll,
So
I'll speak for this. Most of the developers have slowed down because of the economic situation. Supply chain was disrupted. Costs are outrageous. The interest rate is to a point where, you know, people couldn't afford the homes anyway if you built them. Having said that, the various 5 developments that we have on the books are in various stages of execution. Okay. M5, that's the one on Webb Street. He's got 3 houses built, 4. He has 32 available. Okay.
yes, I go by there
Yeah.
frequently.
Garwood Park is just finalizing their design plans and will be ready once I get an affidavit of cost to release those plans for a construction permit and they can begin. Enclave has stepped back and is going to say, well, let's kind of reevaluate this. They're in a mode holding pattern at this point.
Okay.
Woodrose Place, that's the McMahon subdivision, 14 homes. He also has no urgency to proceed with those plans. And in fact, having changed to accommodate family Dollar Tree, he has to go back through the whole process to replat what he plans to do for his subdivision.
All right.
Okay. Who am I leaving out? Oh, the Grove. Yeah. The Grove, similar situation, the economic downturn, and all of these individuals or entities requested an extension of the 380. And there are some pretty steep deadlines that are coming up, and I'm not sure they're going to be met. But I can tell you, all of them are working toward trying to begin construction. It's just economically, looking at the market, it's slowed. So I can't answer the wins, but we're trying.
Okay, I wanted to know if they were still continuing
Yeah.
in the plans because I've been to most of the meetings here. And
What is it, to your point, what is the policy? I think we've extended a couple of them already on the 380s. Would it be our position that anybody that comes in and asks for a reasonable extension, given the circumstances, would be extended?
That's already occurred
Yeah.
and there's no one left to do so.
Oh, they're all extended.
They all
Okay.
have been extended based upon the situation a year ago,
and what period of time have they been expended?
a year.
A year.
Yeah.
And that year is up the end of this year.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, that just pertains to the incentives that we're offering for them as a part of annexing. The worst case that they don't build, well, then guess what? The city doesn't pay those incentives. But then again, you don't have houses either.
Mhm.
So
Exactly. And revenue.
Extent we had the shortfall this budget year is because we didn't have some of the revenue that we thought we were going to have. Yeah.
from
Yeah.
new homes.
Yeah, I don't see that changing dramatically in 2024 based on where interest rates are. I talked to a bunch of these developers. I happen to be in that field. It's just, it's almost impossible to get bank debt today. Equity is very cautious, you know, because the Fed is still raising rates. They haven't stopped raising. So we need to have the rates stay stable and start to fall. I think 2024 will not see a lot of development. Yeah.
So should we just figure that those aren't going to developer eventually? Whoa, that's wide open. Eventually.
Microphone.
Because the city needs that to run to provide the services to the citizens. And Tom is very right. There's very few revenue sources within this community or to this community.
Just not going to be able to rely on
anymore.
those sources of revenue for the next couple of years. That's the point. And fortunately, I mean, they're
But
meaningful
it's-
dollars, but
it's-
they're not like make or break. It's, you know, the 380 agreements are, you know, some of that stuff we don't really have to spend, do we? Yeah. So a lot of that, we won't have to do it unless they do stuff. So we won't be spending those dollars.
Correct.
So it's kind of net zero. It doesn't really.
Okay, fine, thank
Speaking,
you.
speaking to the Garwood Park, because I do have knowledge of that. That project's going to move forward in terms of infrastructure, in terms of if and when houses actually get built. The market forces right now are, there's a huge headwind there because what the price points will be and the interest rates. So, but there's no 380 agreement involved with that project. And I think it's safe to say that that project's going to move forward pretty soon. I just don't know about when the houses come on the market. Now that the target for that development is not entry level. So, you know, it would bring property taxes in, but it's a different type of new resident. But
Okay.
yeah, that project's a little bit different than some of the others.
Okay,
I will give you another quick update that I'm not sure you're aware, but the domain property, the 6 to 9 acres, we're about to start reviewing the infrastructure plans for the roads, streets, sidewalks, and lighting for the plat that you guys have already approved. Amongst that plat of 69 acres, there is a 10-acre parcel whereby there will be a manufacturing facility that's going to bring 35 to 50 jobs. It's a $25 million building. Okay, that's going to be in the next 6 to 18 months. So things are happening. They just take time.
okay, thank you for answering my question. Thank you.
Okay, the item is just to review review what all these actions are, because I want to make sure I capture them. And fortunately, with respect to the budget timeline, we're actually 1 week ahead of when we normally do the budget workshop. So this is good because the number of action items that I have, it's going to take 2 weeks to respond and come up with some proposals. Here's what I have so far: salary survey, TMRS, to identify where our positions rank amongst other municipalities. Try to find additional revenue to raise another dollar for our hourly employees. The STEP program you've got worked out. But if we can find additional monies to fund that as well, I will do so. We talked about a recycling membership fee and maybe modifying the hours to accommodate that fee. That's a good plan. I think that's a smart one to help reverse the deficit. We want to take a look at the number of fire department calls that we've had and try to find additional revenue source, whether that's another dollar on the utility bill or maybe it's $1.50. I don't know, but we will take a look at that so the fire department can have enough money to continue its function, right? We're going to return the money back to Department 155, the $8,000 for community services. We're going to look into increasing the distribution fee 5 to 10% to try to capture some more revenue. 5420, I'm not going to talk about that. Fireworks are gone in the budget. I'll call them back and we'll dedicate. Again, I think we have enough ARPA money left to cover something, whether that's the drone, but the action that I took is that no, we're not going to do the fireworks display. the pyrotechnic that we've done in the past at 25K. Is that correct? Okay. What have I missed?
To that, it was really a question. I mean, most companies have some degree of annual education that takes place, workplace safety, workplace behavior, whatever it is. I would just encourage us to look at that, as well as a conflicts form, to where, you know, I would love to see all city employees, particularly a certain level, department heads and above, disclose annually what boards and commissions, you know, they serve on. So we're just have some transparency about, because if they're working as a city official and they're also serving on a capacity, that we need to know what that is. And some of us do, but not everybody does. And I'd love to see a policy. I'm just going to defer to Robert on what that should look like, but I think there ought to be one.
Okay. Having said that, the timeline for this, of course, we have the meeting. I didn't put that up there. The special call meeting on the 31st at 6 p.m. here at City Hall. That's next Thursday. It's also Andy Escovel's last day. There's a soiree. Oh, there's a fire alarm. You good, Tyrone? Okay. All of these things, the second budget workshop is going to be on September 6th, 5:30 here in this building. I will generate a list of action items and come back. We'll document this tonight and then come back and address those items at the second workshop. And by that time, we will know. I'll have the numbers as to whether or not we can fund what you've asked me to fund. And you'll have to make the decision as to what you want to. I will give you options. Okay. And then on the 11th, if we get all this straightened out, the 11th is when you're going to adopt the tax rate and the budget, however that may look. And I'll continue to work with my direct reports to document their goals and objectives for the coming year. To that point, I want to thank again the staff. I want to thank the citizens who hung out with us and you guys for what you do. Any questions?
One comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So Monica mentioned the succession plan for Robert. So can we just discuss that maybe at a different time, but discuss it?
Well, we do have a written succession plan as to what happened if I get hit by
That's
a
right.
bus. Things will continue. My
You,
staff.
you do have the written one. I remember you
Yes.
put that one together.
Yes.
Okay, so we just probably
And
want
the
to.
city's not going to stop because I get hit by a
No,
bus or
no,
choke on a
you're-
hot dog.
No, I'm
But
I just know that Monica had brought it up, and I
Yeah.
do remember last year we talked about it. We put something together. Probably just need to review that.
I have no immediate plans to leave at this time.
I would echo
Do
that.
what?
I thought there was some irony in your comment about Cynthia having a succession plan and how important that was. I
Yeah,
do think there's some irony there. I think that you're really valuable, and I think we ought to at least have some transparency. If you think there's a plan, maybe share it to where everybody sees what it is.
Oh, there is a plan. What do you mean? If I think there's a plan, I'm sorry. I'm
What
confused.
is your plan?
The plan is documented. My plan.
What is it? What happens if you're incapacitated tomorrow?
Well, the council member, I'm not the council, I'm sorry. My direct reports will continue on and will function as an entity until you find a replacement.
Okay.
You can get contract labor to come in
Yeah.
and run your city. That's what we've
Yeah.
done before. That's
So
what I
that's our
did.
succession plan, is that
No,
we
that-
let everybody deal for themselves
You-
until we can find somebody?
No, you asked me what happens if I get hit by a bus.
No, I asked you what the succession plan is, and that's what you told us.
Well,
Is
that's-
that the
that's
plan?
what's gonna
Okay,
happen.
so the question for the council is, are we comfortable with that plan?
I don't know why we regurgitate. You've read the plan before. You didn't have any problems with it a year ago.
Yeah.
Let me regurgitate it. I'll send you the plan. Take an action to send them the written plan again.
Yeah.
I don't have the
We
individual
did,
identified.
but I think the point that was raised is that the right plan? And it just because it may have been a year ago, it may not be today. I think that's your point. I mean,
Well,
if I
it-
misstated your point.
And I
you
haven't
asked
seen the
question.
plan because we're new. We're new. So
Stan,
there's
let's
three of us that
review,
need to
let's
see it.
review the plan.
Okay.
And, if we got to take an action item for the plan, we'll do
Well,
that.
I haven't changed, so the plan had neither, but I'll regurgitate, I'll get it back to your hands and you can please give me input.
We will continue this discussion. He will send out a succession plan and
Yep.
everybody else good? Okay, I'm adjourning.
Thank y'all for hanging in.